Okay, I think I'm live. I think it's on right now. I think it is on. Let me quickly see if it is on. I don't hear shit. I'll be honest. Oh, okay. Now I hear feedback from the stream. Audio is on. This is on. Let me put on some background music up in here. And what else? I think we're live and ready. Ah, Pashi is here. He says to me in Polish, "Ty łysy chamie," which means you bold fuck. I'm bold, but I'm not that other thing. Ah, shit. I'm missing my medicine somewhere here. I will get it later. So what's up, guys? What's up? Let me quickly get my bearings with what is going on in here. Today we are going to do a fast stream. The minimal plan is to go at least till goddamn 3 p.m. But we'll see how my throat will handle, because for the last 2 weeks I had bad cough and my throat is kind of fucked up. So I might have problem going past 3 p.m. Yeah. Oh. Oh, now I feel happy. Yes. So, today it's going to be a fast stream. I wanna cover two topics, really. I wanna continue my stream series about me learning game design a little bit in the topic of primary actions, because I suck at it. I'm completely dog shit at it. And the other half, the back half of the stream, will be about Mover plugin. And last month I was covering and deep diving into it, learning how it works, etc, etc. Then Barabas, Hardy, who was here, asked me a couple of questions if I could try to use some directional gravity to create something sort of Mario Galaxy style, without its bell and whistles, but just the idea that you have like a sphere and object is being pulled towards there with Mover plugin, right? So in the back half of this stream I wanna go back to this, and yeah, that's the plan. Diabolit asks, can I have a question, but it might be a stupid one? I am a stupid person, so please ask me a question. If it will be a stupid question, it meets the perfect guy. Please do. So, just to get a quick intro what all these streams are about, I'm Ado. I work as a professional game developer. I used to be employed at Techland, then I worked at Flying Wild Hawk. Right now I am working for Creepy Jar. And these streams are meant to basically be educational streams, but they ain't gonna be about me trying to pretend that I am a know-it-all and here is my awesome knowledge, because I've been in this game of making video games for 9.5 years, right? Nah, it ain't it. It's more like I have shitload of blind spots There are always new plugins coming out from Epic, etc. And I want to deep dive into these new plugins. I want to cover my blind spots because I solely believe that I surely believe that I will become a better gameplay programmer, because that's my day job, if I will be learning things from other disciplines. Diabolite asks, what do you mean by primary action in the context of the topic for today? Is it some system in Unreal Engine, or is it about creating basic actions for a game? What do you mean by primary action in the context of today's topic? I will get to that in a second. I will answer your question in a second. Let me just finish the intro. And the idea is to cover my blind spots. And the first topic that I'm going for is game design, because I have like a couple of notebooks worth of game design notes for the game that I would love eventually to make, or a shitload of games. But all of them have the same feature of being really good in description of high-level stuff, right? Like plot, big gameplay systems, progression systems, level progressions, etc., etc. But all of them are missing the description of primary action. And here is the answer to your question, Diabolite. The primary action I think of as when you're playing Mario game or Donkey Kong game, it wouldn't be shit without the regular moving left and right and jumping feeling great. It wouldn't be shit if jumping on the enemy wouldn't feel cool. The Half-Life or Apex or whatever wouldn't be cool if shooting a gun in the air wouldn't feel fine. And then shooting a gun at the enemy wouldn't feel fine. And every note that I ever took about any video game that I was dreaming of making was lacking this sort of thing. And I realized that is because I suck at it. I don't really know how to design a simple thing like, hey, I'm pressing a button, some action happens on the screen, and the player gets satisfaction just from this action, not from a big system, not from the plot, not from dialogues, just from the simple action of pressing a button. My character jumps, shoots, do some awesome shit, right? And I always sucked at that, so I want to learn how to do that. Exactly, that's what, at least, you know, reading online, I seen many people describe as primary action, which is your main action that happens after you press a button for the specific genre, right? For platformers, it will be moving around and jumping. For shooters, of course, shooting, right? In RTS, it would be like moving your unit around and building a building, right? For all the tree puncher survival games, it would be, does it feel fine to explore and mine resources, etc., etc., etc. I suck at it. So that's the primary action, and I have like I prepared a small graphic to explain my plan for learning that, but the aim of all of my streams will be taking a topic that I'm not good at and learning it online, not only in like the topics of game design theory, but also like Unreal Engine plugins, because I'm kind of tired of online materials that are covering the perfect way of learning something or perfect way of using a plugin or a specific technique, or covering a specific theoretical topic, etc., etc. And they are showing the perfect way, they are not showing the struggle. So you are walking away with like some bullet points or a perfect way of doing something, then you're trying it on your own and it doesn't work in a technical sense, or it is hard to apply in a vacuum, right? It's hard to apply to other genres, etc., etc. So my streams are meant for me to be kind of like shonen anime. I will be struggling with it, but you, while we'll be watching it, you will see how I overcome these struggles, and then maybe I will make shorts out of overcoming some technical challenge, like, hey, I was trying to use Mover plugin, I had this problem, here is how I fixed it. So if you have the same problem, here is the fix. Or, hey, I'm struggling with primary action and they always felt like dog shit, but then I realized that concentrating about more player feedback, giving player more feedback in the visual aspect or whatever truth I realize, I will be talking about that. So that's, I think, will be the value of the stream. And I will be real as fuck with y'all. If I will be struggling, you will see it struggling, just as you've seen, you know, Goku struggle with training in Dragon Ball Z, right? If you will see me having compilation errors, I will be eating them away at face value, right? So I'll be real as fuck. No lies here, no preparation beforehand. I really want a raw experience of it and for y'all to see it. Diabolit says, so it's about creating fine-tuning for basic gameplay elements and creating a progression with it, a good learning curve to keep players in the flow zone. That would be like a later thing. I'm talking even about more basic. I know that you're a game designer, so you probably already have that skill, so you don't even pay it no mind, but for me, who's a gameplay programmer, not a designer, I struggle with the first step, which is, hey, I want to make a character shoot. I have no graphical elements, no, really nothing. How can I make just, without any bells and whistles, make just a single shoot feel fine, right? Like in a prototype, in the context of a prototype. Because, you know, if the prototype ain't shit, it doesn't feel fine, probably it might mean that the whole game might not feel fine, right? So that's what I mean by primary action. Not even talking about progression. Progression is like a later element to it. It's kind of like, hey, if I was prototyping a Mario game, until I have jumping and moving left and right in the 2D Mario feel right, without like specific animations and even without enemies, I wouldn't even progress to think about levels, right? Because my movement sucks. So why would I think about anything else if I don't make the regular jumping around feel fine? I like to use for example, as an example, Apex Legends. I spend hours in training in shooting range, sometimes just shooting at the wall or shooting in the air, because the feedback from shooting a gun felt so fine, and I haven't even touched the other systems of the game, right? So maybe this is a Diabolit says, all that I mentioned above is also about pure prototypes for the mechanics. Thank you for the explanation. I have a good understanding now. Yes, it is. What you said is about pure prototypes, but this is like the second step. Like if it was a two-step dance, I'm talking about the first step, you're talking about the second step, after we have, you know, the first thing locked down, right? And I don't know how to do the first step. So now let me jump into a little super professional slides done in Paint that I don't want to recreate every time I start these streams from the game design series. I cannot learn how to have this muscle trained without some plan and without some context. I like how Jeremy, I think his name was, from No Clip Crew YouTube channel, explained his approach to learning game design. Like he was making lots of prototypes, but none of them ever felt like a real game. So he took a couple steps back and started doing this really simple shit, but concentrating only on the gameplay side of things. And he used the metaphor of, hey, it's kind of like trying to learn how to play the guitar, but first you're learning about who makes the guitar, how the guitar is being made, the history of guitar makers, history of guitar players, the physics behind the acoustics of the guitar, etc. But you never touch the guitar to play the fucking notes. So primary action learning is, metaphorically speaking, learning how to play the fucking notes, right? And you cannot do it without context. So I was thinking like, okay, I need to create some game context, like some super simple game that is kinda not like other games, so I have to figure out some things anew, open the already open door, but that's how I will train my muscle, right? I know that I could find a reference, just copy it, change it, and it would probably work. But it would mean I am not really learning how some other designer came up with this mechanic, and therefore using my muscle memory, brain muscle to think of mechanic and maybe train this muscle more so I could be better at designing basic mechanics. I would just be using someone else created without making the effort of figuring this shit out and just tweaking something. doing that, like this referencing other game, is not something evil. That's not what I'm saying here. This is something that is a regular thing in game development. But what happens when the professional game developer uses these techniques, professional game designer uses this technique, is game designer already has this muscle trained, right? So when he is approaching referencing other game, he thinks about it in a different way. That's what I learned from working with some game designers, that they already know what was the thought process behind creating this mechanic, so they know how to remix it. My remix of the already existing mechanic would probably just be very superficial, very on the surface change, but nothing that would really feel like, hey, this is an actual new take on an already existing mechanic, right? Or an already existing genre. I wouldn't be able to perform that. And I wouldn't be able to perform that because I suck at basic primary action mechanic design. So I thought of a game context that I will create a simple bow and arrow game. When you're as a character, you're having a bow and you're shooting an arrow, and that's it. That's my whole starting point. No plot, no progression, no art design, because that's not what that's not what this stream is about. It's about really basic game mechanics design. So I'm just shooting arrows from my bow. It's not going to be a first-person shooter, even though in the prototype I have first-person perspective. But it's not going to be anything remotely resembling a Doom game, Half-Life, Apex, Overwatch, or anything like this, right? It's not about killing other characters. It's not going to be fast-paced. I want it to be a little bit slower, purposefully, because there are so many fast-paced shooter games that I will probably subconsciously just start copying those patterns, and I wouldn't be figuring shit out, basics. I wouldn't be struggling with my design muscle, because I would just be copying it without understanding why things are working the way they are working. It's not going to be a movement based, so no Titanfall inspiration, no Neon White inspiration. It's going to be way slower, more like old school Resident Evils, when you were just aiming at the slowly moving character at you, but you still felt like you're having a good time shooting. And it's not going to be archery simulation. So it is not a game about archery. It's not going to be physics simulation or anything like this. It's going to be more arcadey. It's going to be more slower, like I said. And just like in, I don't know, in Donkey Kong game, the state of the world is being changed by Donkey Kong moving around and jumping at people, at enemies, and jumping at the objects in the game to change the world state. Here we will be using arrows to change the world state. And I also, because I like co-op games, I think it would be a nice challenge to think of these mechanics in the co-op context. Style of Zen says, please do a stream on network prediction plugin. Okay, I will take that into the consideration. In the back half of this stream, I will be going a little bit deeper on Mover plugin, which uses network prediction plugin. But I am curious about how network prediction plugin works in its, code detail, right, in C++. So I think in the future I will be covering, I will be doing a stream about network prediction plugin. Don't know when yet. So, if I have this game context, just shooting arrow from a bow, I know what this game context isn't. I'm striving for what it is, this arcadey, slower game. I divided the learning into 4 phases. First is the MVP, minimum viable product, then toy making phase, then sequence making, then scenario making. I will quickly blast through each of those because I want to get into the meat and bones of actual struggling with the design of things. So, minimum viable product. I cannot go further with any kind of design if I cannot answer the question positively. And the question is it fun to shoot? In the air, at the wall, at the stationary target, and at the moving target, and all of that from various distances, right? If I'm not having fun with this basic, I feel like I cannot progress further. Right now, I'm actually at the beginning, is it fun to shoot in the air? So, it ain't easy if you never did this basic primary action mechanic design. If I will manage to go through this phase, I will go into toy making, because I like to think of that of this game as a big toy box. And I will just be using the basic mechanics that I created to create as many toys that I could play with. And I will be playing with them on level, trying to put them together, see how they interact. If I were to use a metaphor, I would say MVP is kind of like creating an action figure that can transform into a cube. And I'll be like, oh, the act of transforming felt cool. I can do multiple things with it. So I start to create an action figure that transforms into a car, into a jet, into a gun, into a tank. And basically I'm creating transformers, right? So that's kind of the same process. I have the basic mechanic. Now I'll be creating new toys with that mechanic and surrounding that mechanic, adding some small other mechanics to interact with my arrow, etc, etc. And this phase will be ending when I will answer myself the question, do I have enough toys for a sequence? Can I create an actual gameplay sequence with my toys? If I can do it, I will go into sequence making. Truth be told, the lines between the second and the third phase will be super blurry, right? Because while I'll be making sequences, I might realize, shit, I still am missing some toys to play with. Let me go back to toy making. So I'll be going probably back and forth. But the idea of sequence making is, yes, I could just do a simple challenge of, hey, you have an arrow, shoot the ball through hoops and you will get the bonus. But that's kind of boring stuff, right? If I want to challenge my player or myself with shooting, I could just create a destructible wall and have you shoot arrow through flame. The flaming arrow will attach itself to a bomb, which will trigger its detonation mechanism. All of that will hit the wall, attach itself to a wall, and explode the wall. This is way more involving, and that's kind of sequences I kinda wanna craft here with the toys. Something that is a little bit more than just shooting through hoops or shooting at the specific target. While I'll be making these sequences, I will be asking myself, can I craft the whole scenario? So basically, can I craft a level or a couple of levels? That's where I will be jumping into scenario making, when I will be crafting levels from the beginning to the end. And that is what you, Diabolit, was talking about, which I would refer to the second step of primary action learning, that okay, I have the basic shooting, I have some toys, now I'm making I have gameplay elements, I'm creating some sort of progression, a good learning curve to keep the player in the flow zone, as you referred to it, and how to create this cool level, right? And I will be playing around with making these scenarios, levels. I'm not sure if it will be a level-based game context or maybe more like Mario 64, where you have a level, but it's more like an open area where a player can approach different challenge points and solve problems in that way. I'm not sure yet, but I will be asking myself question, do I have enough to start the pre-production of this game? And if the answer is no, then I still will be creating scenarios, maybe going back to create a couple of more toys or tweaking the mechanics, fine-tuning them, of course asking my friends to play this and giving me notes, giving me feedback to see what sucks and improving that, or maybe deleting outright. My prediction is that 80% of toys in the toy box would probably never make it to this scenario making because they might suck, but it doesn't matter. And if I will be able to answer the question of do I have enough to start pre-production positively, that's where I will reach the decision point. Either I will actually try to perform a pre-production and then production of this game here on stream, or I will decide, okay, I learned something about game design, let's move on to the next stream series covering something else from game design that I also struggle with, or maybe something else entirely. I'm not sure where I will go from there, because right now I'm still at the beginning in the MVP phase and shooting in the air. In these streams I also plan to have multiple series. Game design ain't going to be the only series. I also want to cover like plugins in Unreal. For example, network prediction plugins like Style of Zen mentioned. I want to cover some tech art problems that I also struggle with. Maybe some rendering. I have a couple of ideas. I hope to have a couple of series here. We'll see how it will go. But now let's get back to the meat and bones of this thing, which is I need to answer myself a question. Is it fun to shoot in the air? Right now, in my prototype, I don't really feel like it is fun to shoot in the air. I'll be honest. Where is this gun? I'm not creating any art, really, in here. It is pure placeholder, because I feel like, yeah, if this is my bow, and I cannot shoot projectile and feel fun, it doesn't matter if I will create or pay someone to create a skeletal mesh of bow for me and animation sets, etc., because it still would suck if I cannot make it work with such simple projectile. Right now, the game design that I had is that the longer I press the trigger button or mouse button, the farther I will shoot with my projectile. As you can see, I don't have even any walls. I don't even have any stationary targets. I'm just trying to figure out the feeling of fun shooting while aiming in the air and shooting in the air. I want this to be arcadey, so for now I haven't implemented ADS, but we will see if I will need to. I have a bug that after each shoot my weapon goes lower that I need to fix, but the idea is the longer I shoot, the farther the arrow will go, because just light tapping it just shoots this anemic arrow in front of me. If I hold it, it will shoot farther. It's not balanced at all for fun, right? Like shooting at the actual target. It's more about, do I feel fun charging my bow? And in the previous streams I figured I need to add some additional feedback because it didn't feel fine, and that feedback was adding this arrow which indicates the strength of my charge, adding the glowing part, and adding the rising sound with the meta sounds. That's how it's supposed to look without the bug. And two missions that I had for the stream was, first of all, I felt like I don't have a crosshair and I am trying to implement it without HUD or any UI elements at the beginning. I will probably need to add some crosshair later, but I don't want to use UI indicators. That's why everything is done with sound and the glowing of the arrow, etc., etc. But I was thinking, hey, what if this arrow, instead of just extending somewhere into this indicator, somewhere in front of me, I would actually orient it towards the center of the screen. So it will kinda work as a crosshair and it would show you where you are aiming, because right now you cannot tell it. Right? That was the first mission, and the second mission was to fix the bug of why the hell after shoot my gun goes down, right? Or my bow goes down. So let's fix it right now. Should I go for fix now, or maybe orienting the arrow to the center of the screen? I feel like maybe orienting arrow will be the way to go. Okay, I need to remind myself what I did with these blueprints. That's why you should use comments, kids, because now I'm kind of forgetting. Okay, I have my input action here, start bow charge. Here's when everything is charging, my events, etc. I'm adding my static mesh component of charge feedback mesh. And oh, Chris Boss is here. Hi, Chris Boss. Chris Boss says, this arrow charging reminds me about how Dystopia Half-Life 2 mod done sniper rifle. Also a satisfying visible charging. Oh, that's cool. I don't think I played this mod. I need to look it up. Yeah, here's this charging mesh component. When I'm first pressing it, it's being created. If it's already existing, I'm just setting its visibility to true. Sorry for my cough, I'm still suffering a little bit from some weird shit going on in my throat and sinuses. Here's when I'm scaling my arrow. And here's when I'm changing the emissive of my arrow. Okay. And when I'm shooting, here's what I get my charge duration, get the multiplier to velocity from my curve, because I did it via curve, where x-axis is the time of holding, y-axis is the multiplier to base projectile velocity. That way I am able to quickly balance things just with the curve without changing blueprints at all. I think I was here. Yes. So this is that operation. This is where I spawn the actual projectile. Yup. Here's when it is shooting, and here is my montage that makes the weapon go lower. I wonder why the whole, not only the weapon goes lower, the whole first person mesh goes a tad bit lower. I'm wondering why is that, but this will be a question for a little bit later. Let's see. Let's see. Let's go about orienting my charge arrow towards the center of the camera. So, the way, let me get back to paint for a quick hot second to explain what I will be doing here. What I really want to do, mathematically speaking, is I have my camera here, right? And it is looking somewhere, constantly looking somewhere in a straight line. And here is my weapon mesh with my arrow. I want to make it point towards the center of the screen that the camera is creating. So what I need to do is create this vector, really long as vector, going from camera, then take some arbitrary point here, for example. And then I need to find the look at rotation from this point, which is the gun barrel, towards, that's a professional drawing, towards, why it's, towards here, and then apply this rotation to my charge arrow mesh. So hopefully after I will rotate my arrow accordingly, it will create the visual illusion of the charge arrow pointing towards the center of the screen. The additional side effect that I was discovered with that design last stream 2 weeks ago was that without crosshair, it creates a situation where it pays off to be patient and charging and aiming, because that gives you better aim, because you actually see where you're aiming, because this charge arrow grows until it would hit the center of the screen, and this will give you a perfect accuracy. Not only your shoot is stronger and it will go farther, but also you actually can aim better. Without charging, your patience is not rewarded, or lack of patience is not rewarded, and you're just shooting in front of you in some random direction with anemic shot. I don't know if it will turn into a cool gameplay mechanic later, but it feels like a cool idea for a game which its goal to be a little bit slower and be more about patiently aiming at targets, kind of like Resident Evil, right? So we will see if I will revert back from this mechanic and I will create some fast shooting style mechanic with the crosshair or something, or not. We will see. God damn it, it's so hot in my room. Guys, if you will be ever renting rooms, make sure that you have windows on the opposite side of your apartment. I don't have that and I'm suffering. So, with that explanation, this is something that was already there from the Epic's example, how they are getting the camera rotation. And here's how they do it. Just get player camera manager, camera rotation, and this is your rotation. You can turn this rotation into direction also. So when they are spawning projectile, they have a location of the ammo socket of the mesh. For some reason it's called ammo socket in the Epic's template, and the rotation of camera, so it will shoot where you're aiming. So we will modify this shoot a little bit. Maybe I will create like a small function for that. Because what I need to do is, after either I created my static mesh or set its visibility to true, I need to orient it towards where camera is aiming. Yeah, so for now I will just prototype it here, I think. Yeah, so first I need to get this camera rotation and turn it into direction. Get rotation X vector. This gives me a forward vector from camera. And I need to, this is my direction, and from my, can I get camera location? From my camera location, I need to plus get this rotation multiplied by some distance. Let me change it to float. Yes, so let's turn it into variable. Camera aim distance, let's call it. Let's make it kind of far, like 10 meters. We'll see if it will be enough to create this illusion that the arrow is, the charge arrow is pointing towards the middle of the screen. With that calculation, right now, I achieved creating this vector and getting some point on this vector. Right now, I need to get this, look at rotation from this point, which is the socket of my weapon, towards the point that I just created. So let's prototype this right now. My weapon is, I think I'm doing some attachments here, right? To the muzzle socket. So I will be using muzzle socket on my mesh. There's one thing that I don't like the Epic templates of first-person shooter, because this whole prototype is based on that. Is the fact that the whole bow or weapon component is actually a subclass of skeletal mesh component. Which means that it actually is just a mesh component with some gameplay data. I don't like it one bit. I think this data should be separated. And in previous stream I already said that if I will be jumping from minimum viable product phase to toy making, I will be cleaning this shit up, because it will be hard to create some more toys and mechanics surrounding the arrow shooting with that setup, where skeletal mesh has some additional data and gameplay logic. So I will be cleaning up this a little bit. Can I just turn it off? Thank you. So now let's get my meshes socket location. So get socket location, and it's being called muzzle, and I need to find the look at rotation. Find look at rotation between this and between my weapon. Let me show you the weapon. This is a bow, and my mouse just died because my new mouse just does it sometimes. Thank you. And it died once again. Or maybe it's tablet? No. Really? Did my mouse just fucking die on stream? Is it going to be that day? Please work, 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 work. Work, 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 work. I will turn off the tablet, maybe this will help. Guys, my mouse just died on stream. Oh, how unlucky you can get. Okay. And it died again. Is it some problem with the Unreal? Maybe Unreal crashed? Let me jump into this. Can I move my mouse here? Nope. Give me a second, I need to get the replacement mouse. I just hope the other mouse will work. Maybe I will hook it up here. And this one I will turn off. How is this mouse working? Oh, this one is working. Okay. Sorry for inconvenience, y'all. Technical problems and streaming on Twitch and YouTube. Name a better fucking pairing. So, this is my bow. How do you like this bow? And it has this socket, muzzle, right? Attached at the end of the barrel of my bow. Very bow looking bow. So I'm getting the location of this exact socket, and I'm trying to find the look at rotation between this arbitrary point on my looking direction from camera and my weapon. This is actually the muzzle. Perfect writing. Okay, I can actually turn on my tablet. So. I have found this look at rotation. Let me quickly do this. Yes. And right now I have the rotation of how I can look from my weapon towards where probably camera is aiming at. And it is in the world space. Because my charge mesh is actually attached to the component, I need to change it into local space. And to explain quickly what world space and local space is, because this might be a little bit confusing. No, don't do this. World space means we have the whole world in here, and it has some, maybe turn it into white, some arbitrary point where its coordinates in all of the axes, x, y, and z, is 0, 0, 0. This is the center of the whole world. Within this world, there is an object, some kind of cube. its coordinates, let's say, are, I don't know, 5, 5, 5. This means that in the world space, where the center point is the center of the world, these are the world space coordinates, which means we need to move 5 units to the right, 5 units up, and 5 units forward in order to get to this cube. The local space means, hey, we treat the center of this cube as the center of the world, and its location in local space is 0, 0, 0. And other object, which would be the center of the world, its location in relation to the cube would be -5, -5, and -5. And that coordinate would be in the local space of this cube. Local means this cube is local thing. Its center is the center of the universe right now, and the world is actually positioned in this -5, -5, -5 coordinates, right? So this will be world coordinates. World coordinates. The 0, 0, 0 is local coordinates of cube. Local coordinates of world center, where the center of the universe is local center of the cube. I hope it made some sense. I really do hope it does. But that's what we will be doing here. Or maybe we will be able to get without it. We'll see. But I have a look at rotation. And right now, after I started charging, I want to rotate my charge feedback mesh with that rotation. So set world rotation. No, I don't think I have to jump into local space. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see how that will work out. Sweep, teleport. No, don't sweep, don't teleport. Just change the rotation to this rotation. And let me create a comment so I will remember what I did here. Calculate look at rotation for change mesh towards where camera is aiming. And I hate the white color of comments, so let's turn it black. Okay, let's compile. Let's see the change. Hello, is my gamepad working? And another problem. My gamepad stopped working. Okay, doesn't matter, I still have mouse. Probably accumulator battery died on this one. Yeah. Sorta working. That's what I talked about. That's what I meant when I was talking about keeping it real. I explained to you the theory, but then practice shows completely fucked up thing. And now I am asking myself a question: why? It might be like this. Because in theory, I am getting the socket location. I am finding look at rotation. The best way to debug it would be to actually draw these points in our world to see if maybe I fucked up something. So first of all, let's debug point. Yes, let's use debug point and let's draw it. And I want this to be of some size, like 4. I want this to be yellow, and you can be printed for 10 seconds. Then I want actually this target point to also be drawn. Or maybe debug arrow. I will just draw debug arrow. This is my line start. This is my line ending. Arrow size 5. Line color, I don't know, green. And duration 10. And thickness, we like them thick. And let's see if the draw debug arrows and points will show something different than what I expect, which would be a point where the muzzle is of my bow gun and the arrow going somewhere forward. If it's ain't that, it means that I have some calculation problem. If it will show what I think it will show, it means that setting world rotation is all kinds of fucked up. So okay, in all actuality, yeah, my debug arrow is drawn correctly. So it is the setting world rotation that is fucked up in some way. Probably I have some messed up coordinates. I think. That's why I was thinking I should change it into local rotation, to apply it into local space, because applying it into world space probably might be fucking things up because I am attaching my, where the hell is my bow? My bow to my character, and all of the card. Whoa, what the fuck happened? And when I'm just turning this rotation, it might be in the bad local space. Bad space. So let's clean this shit up. First of all, we need to calculate, I think it was inverse transform rotation. Do I remember it correctly? I always am confusing those two functions. Yes, transforming from world space to local space. And T was an object's transform. So I need to get, once again, get socket transform muzzle. What I'm doing right now is taking this rotation that I calculated here and changing it from my world space to the local space of my muzzle, basically. Because muzzle is the center of the world where the charge feedback mesh is attached to. But then again, I'm adding some static mesh component, relative transform location, yes. And then I'm attaching component to component, keeping it relative, rotation relative. Okay, there might be also something going on with attachment. We will see in a second. Right now I am changing my transform into local transform, and I will try to set local rotation. Set relative rotation. Yeah, okay, because the zero of this, no, actually that's what I want. Yes, that's what I want, because this zero of this local space is the muzzle socket. And zero of the mesh would probably be somewhere in the middle of a mesh. I don't remember where is the pivot of this whole thing. So this will all get fucked up. I need to use the 0 muzzle point. So this point is the local 0. And to its parent, but it is attached to muzzle socket. Yes. Okay, it might not work out. We will see. Let's prepare for... It's just pointing in the same direction, so this changed nothing. Why is it pointing straight upwards when I see my points are correct? Maybe I should change the order of things. Maybe I should calculate all of this before attachment. I don't need my debug anymore. Maybe I should change the order of things. When I'm attaching it here, wait a goddamn second. It's not the order of attachment. I just had a genius thought. Okay, I'm rotating this thing. And this is its center point. And the whole mesh is... Okay, I think... No, that's not the charge mesh. Where the fuck is my charge mesh? Charge arrow. Show me the charge arrow. Show me the... Show pivot. No, the pivot is in the correct place. The pivot is at the base of the arrow. I was just thinking for a second that maybe the pivot is like somewhere in the middle or at the end, and when I'm rotating it around this point or in the middle of the point, but no. It is in correct way. I should rotate the whole arrow. So maybe it is the order of attachment. We'll see. Let's do all of this operation, which actually I can just turn into function. I'll be honest. And yeah, fuck the inverse transform and shit. But then again, relative transform. Wait a second, I am transforming it. Okay, I realized my own mistakes. Let me undo all this shit. Please get back to where you were. Yeah, you can be here. This is, kids, how past you set up traps for future you. That is awesome. Look here. When I was adding my charging arrow mesh, because the regular mesh is pointing upwards, I was changing the rotation here, so it would start pointing forward. Right now, I am calculating the proper rotation in which it should be pointing. And it is being done on top of previous rotation, so I fucked myself in the past. That's great. It probably will work right now. Is it that? Please be that. Nope. It's not that. Fuck me sideways. Why? What does manual attachment do? I don't even know. Okay, I'm attaching this mesh right now, and it's pointing upwards, as it unfortunately should. And then I'm trying to set its relative rotation, but it doesn't seem actually like it does anything, because let's look at it. Without minus 90 here, it's still pointing upwards. God damn, it's so hot in here. It's still pointing upwards, a little bit to the side because it is being attached to muzzle socket. What if I kept the world transform? Let's see how that would work. Yeah, then it's pointing upwards constantly. That's great. Maybe now it will be working. Nope. It's funny because right now I'm thinking the relative rotation does jack shit. All of this, for some reason, nothing matters here. Okay, but if I just do, I don't know, minus 90 rotation, does anything happens after this? What in the holy mother of fuck? Right now I am doubting myself and anything I know about the world. From muzzle towards this, and it is my look at rotation. Yep. That's some weird shit. Get socket location, camera location here. I already debug printed this shit, so I know it is a right calculation. I'm going from my muzzle point towards where my camera is aiming at, and here's my look at rotation. So why you do have a problem here? Okay, maybe just set world rotation. That's it. Hook it up here. That's awesome. But what if instead here I would just turn that off and attach it here? Right now I'm just kind of shooting shit at the wall and seeing what sticks. Okay. It seems like the end result of find look at rotation is some wrong calculation. Just some straight up bad calculation, but I don't know why yet. Let me debug print this shit. Debug arrow once again. That's my daily life as a game developer. Yeah, doing some complicated shit fast. Doing some simple shit, wasting my time because I'm making some simple fucking error. That's a regular for me. Ain't nothing new. Okay. Duration, no, duration 10 seconds, thickness 3. We like them thick. The arrow size 2. Let's go. When my point and my end point are correct, why look at rotation would be so evil? Why? State its relative rotation. Okay, but I already had like set relative rotation. I already had it. Why would it start pointing upwards? That's what I'm trying to ask. This is world location. This is also world location. Get camera rotation. What the fuck is that? Yeah, I feel like it will take the whole stream. That's why I'm moving slow. Shit. I love that goddamn thing. But that's what's being real about is we will learn together what I messed up here. But I don't see the point of messing up. That's the problem. This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. It's funny because it kinda looks like when I'm not doing anything to a rotation, it's just pointing up as if nothing really fucking happened. Like there is no change in here. Maybe I will... I mean, maybe there is no change in here. What is the value of this rotation? No, there is in here. There is something. But it is super small, but it should be super small. Yeah, it is like nothing changes. Wait a second. Should I just... Let me think about that. I think I discovered what I was doing wrong. Rotation. Let me just make a quick... Where the hell was it? Yes, combine rotators. Combine this rotation with my minus 90. Yeah, the change should be more visible. Yes, I figured this shit out. Woo! I'm not a genius. Just like Goku is not a genius, but through hard work and trying, I figured this shit out. Okay, I will explain to you what the fuck I messed up in the beginning. It was a purely mathematical problem, so I should probably rip my master's degree to shreds for that, but... yeah, shouldn't we all? But whatever. Destroy our education papers. Basically, to show you what the fuck I did. I could have be a good boy and create this arrow in such way that instead of it would be pointing up, it would be pointing forwards. Because I did this mesh in Unreal. That's where I created it, right? So me being a lazy motherfucker, I decided, nah, after doing the first prototype, I will just, you know, rotate it here with code. Why not? Then I was just setting a new rotation, which was correct. It was pointing towards where my camera is aiming, but The mesh is pointing upwards. Because I wasn't combining my original rotation to position the charge arrow correctly with the bow's direction, it was just applying a slight change towards where camera is facing, but on arrow pointing up. I had to manually combine the rotation of arrow pointing forwards with the rotation towards camera, which means I am a dumbass. What is the lesson here? Maybe don't go for shortcuts, even if you are prototyping. I should have pointed this instead of up. I should have pointed in z-axis. I should have pointed it up, you know, forward with the x-axis. But I fixed this shit. Okay, I'm happy. I'm happy. I mean, I'm not happy that I took such a shortcut. I don't want to edit mesh, let me change it in code. That's how you create a shitty code. Yep, and now I have kinda sorta crosser. That's what I wanted to achieve. Now, to fix another bug that is ruining the experience. Not bug. The other thing was a feature. That was my intention. To have the arrow create a crosshair after I charged enough. We'll see if it will be fine with shooting at targets. Or it will be annoying as fuck. Right now I wanna know why after shoot all of my weapon and montage goes down. I have a suspicion that it might be connected to the collision of the projectile. So I want to test it. Let me turn off collisions on that. Where the hell is this? Collision preset, yes, because it has its custom, but it has no physics collision already. Oh! Okay. But let's turn to no collision for a second. Let's see if anything will be fixed. Nope. Still weapon goes down. So it's not related to that. And let me test it in another way. Let me also plant the... Oh my god, what is going on? I lost... Let me also test it with their version of pickup weapon, which is like this. Because it doesn't occur with their. With their shit. But my stuff. The weapon, but just after the pickup of the weapon, it kind of looks differently already. Huh. Let's see. No, it is the same. Okay. Okay, so what the hell is up? Okay, let's divide and conquer. Let's see if it is the animation issue. So let's turn off the animation at all. It's not animation related. That's for damn sure. It is shoot related. Okay, let's divide and conquer. Let's turn off spawning projectile. Completely. And let's just connect to play sounded location. There's nothing with projectile here, nothing. Let's see if it is projectile related. Nope, it's not projectile related at all. So it's not the issue with the projectile, not the issue with this with the montage playing, what is it the issue with? Is it with charging and spawning this static mesh? It might be. I hope this mesh doesn't have physics turned on, because that would be fucking stupid. No, collision enabled, no collision. But let's, you know, let's not even go there. And to not have any compilation error, I need to turn off that as well. And do I need to turn something off mesh related here? Yeah, I need to do it like this, and let's see if it is my... And now, through divide and conquer technique of debugging, I managed to detect that it is something with my charge mesh. Okay. But what the hell would it be? Okay, I need to divide and conquer some more. To single out either a single blueprint or a couple of blueprints. Let's see. Let's freaking see. How is audio on your end, guys? Like, can you even hear the sound of the game? Because there's supposed to be the charge sounds, like poo, something like this. Let's see, let's see, let's see. What it could be? Visibility? That would be stupid. It is something with turning off, because it is after I shoot. Because it is only after the shot has been after the shot where things go to shit. So it's probably not with that. Let me test it by not doing anything with my mesh after I took a shot. Let me see. Yeah. Yep, it is something with changing the arrow scale on... We'll see if it is with changing the arrow scale or not. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like this is unnecessary. Great, I fixed that bug. Now I can actually evaluate. Maybe I should make the camera aim distance even further, like not 10 meters, but 50 meters forward. Maybe even 100. We'll see. It seems less accurate. Let me try 100 meters because it might be working the other way. Yep, it might be working the other way, so let's try this. Okay. That's more like it. It feels like my aim of rewarding the patience of charging the full shot. My controller works now, mysteriously. Let's see how it feels with controller. Okay, I'm feeling right now as if I'm having enough feedback and enough fun with shooting at the wall. The sound is driving me fucking nuts, but that's the nature of placeholder. They're supposed to be kinda ugly. So there's no chance they would go into shipping. Okay. Let me think. Can I add something to shooting in the air to make it feel even more like I have enough feedback? Nah, not really. I think if I would go back to my master plan, I feel like I'm ready to go into shooting at the wall. Is it fun to shoot in the air? I kinda am having fun shooting in the air with just a regular ass projectile. And for now I kinda like the idea, if this was supposed to be a slow game, that charging first gives you more strength and more accuracy, but also rewards you with the crosshair. For now I'm alright with it. For now I don't feel like I need to implement more mechanics to it, but we will see with shooting at the wall or shooting at the stationary target. I might be forced to implement or maybe completely change this design, because it might be like, yeah, shooting in the air, it feels fine, but when I will go at shooting at stationary target, I might be like, ah shit, it completely doesn't work. It needs some more stuff, or changing this. And I might need to go back to the drawing board. Okay. Okay. So, let's go to shooting at the wall. So first I need to create some windows. Maybe like add some cube. Not this window. Cube. Plane or cube. Nah, it can be cube. Whatever. And first of all, let me delete the pickup rifle. I don't need that. Let me place a wall in front of me. Let me scale it like this and like this. Maybe even higher. Yep. Now it seems okay. Now it seems okay. From that distance, it didn't feel cool at all. It's nice that you know the arrow sticks to the wall. I kinda like it, but it didn't feel cool. I didn't feel satisfaction from pressing my input. What if I approach? I feel no satisfaction right now with shooting at the wall. And there are a couple of reasons for that right now. I feel like the strength of my arrow is not enough. It doesn't feel like I'm shooting something, the speed of my arrow, like I'm shooting something fast with the full charge when I'm shooting at the arrow. It feels kind of slow, sluggish. So let me rectify that first. My velocity. Base linear velocity is 1000. Let's maybe increase it at the beginning by the factor of 2. It still feels super fucking slow. So let me double it again. Small incremental changes. Let's go with that. Better. But not enough. What the fuck? It feels so slow. I don't want it to feel like a sniper rifle or, a bullet weapon, but still I feel like not enough. It doesn't satisfy me enough. And on this distance, I would want it. No, not on this distance. On this distance, I'd want it to feel super fast. Okay, now I feel like it is something. It doesn't feel as sluggish from the farther distance. And from the close distance, let's go even closer. Yeah, okay. I might increase it just by a little bit. I might change the base velocity to 7500. At the full charge it will be doubled. Let's see. But then again, the regular shot starts to feel too strong. So now I think like I found the value for the max charge. Yeah, like I feel from this distance I should see how this projectile is flying through the air. From this distance, on charge this, I should feel a little bit that it flies less through the air, if you know what I'm saying. But here I should feel like, yeah, like it is almost instantaneous. But let's remember, I am also multiplying it by my charge duration. So if I want to achieve 2 times this, so it would be 1500. And that should be my But the one thing that I kinda don't like right now is that my regular shot, just the shot that's supposed to feel more anemic, is already like super strong. If it was a first-person shooter game, sure, but it's not supposed to be a first-person fast-paced Doom-like shooter game. So I need to edit my curve. Because right now I'm just using 0.70. Let me use the, maybe even more, let me use the quarter of base velocity. Let me use that. Still feels super strong. Way stronger than I want. I want the base shot to feel a little bit more anemic, really. So maybe this. Let's see. Still too freaking strong. How about this? Maybe I should add another point here, that if I'm holding only for half a second, it's not going to be 3 times. Wait, why is it? Ah, it's 15 times, okay. So maybe this should be more like 2 times after half a second. Let's see how that will play out. That's how you balance the games with curves, kid. That's more like it. Okay, so I want to make it even lower, maybe like 1.5, and after 1 second I don't want it to be 6, I want it to be 3. Let's see how that curve will work out. Yes, this anemic shot works for me. Almost there. It almost feels like I wanted to. Let's make it 2. So after a second I will only multiply by 2 my base velocity. Still, it feels kinda too much. Maybe let's make it into 1. Let's make this into 1.25. Let's see how that curve feels. That's what sometimes designers do when when they are balancing shooter games. They are just sitting in curves, adjusting the how is it called? Oh my god, the recoil curve, the spread curve, etc., until it feels right. It's painful sometimes, and I struggle with that. Almost there. I feel like I might need to add 1 point here. and be like 5. Let's see. What I'm right now trying to estimate, what is the difference between me charging for like 1 second and full 2-second charge, right? So full 2-second charge is hitting that point in the wall, right? It feels like not enough difference between the full and a little bit charge shot. So I think I need to make it even lower and probably add some point in here to make it like 7. Maybe even lower too. Yeah, let's make it that. This is my full charge. Probably even lower than that. Maybe 3. And maybe here with like a 5. Let's see that. Diabolit says, yes, I have the sound. Oh, that's good. This is the final charge. I'm trying to see how the projectiles are landing on the wall to determine if it is enough difference. I need to extend the lifetime of projectile because it's driving me nuts. Life. What? It's not called lifetime? What was the name of how long this object will be alive? Okay, whatever. With that, spawn actor? No. It doesn't change the lifetime of that. It's somewhere here, but I forgot how the parameter is being named. Duration? No. Maybe class defaults. Yes, initial lifespan. Let me change it into 10 seconds. It will be easier to adjust. Let's see. Now it feels right. Yep. It feels right for me. When it comes to like velocity of projectile, I'll still probably will be changing and balancing it once I will be adding stationary targets, but I still don't feel the satisfaction. There are a couple of elements I need to consider here while shooting at the wall. When I was playing any shooting game or any game where I could do some things to the wall, there should be some kind of reaction from the wall. Not only me, you know, having these arrows attached to the wall, these flaming hot arrows, there should probably be some particle going on there. I should probably do some like particle after it attached to the okay. Okay. Yeah, I need to turn on some particles to have the satisfaction of, hey, I just hit something and something could happen. even if it's wall. If in Apex Legends you are shooting at the wall, I feel satisfaction not only because I'm shooting an awesome gun that has an awesome sound, but there are some particles, hit particles there. So I need to create the particle right now, and the design change portion of the stream will end in like 15 minutes. That's where I will turn for mover plugin portion. All right, let's quickly try with the goddamn hit particles. FX, Niagara system, yes, Niagara systems. Ooh, in 5.4 there's even more templates going on in here. Blowing particles, confetti burst. Confetti burst sounds cool. Directional burst. Omnidirectional burst, mesh arrays, radial burst. Damn, there's a shitload of things to consider. So you see, my friends, we have a lot of shit that we can use as a basis for our particle. I kinda need something starting from a point and then doing some bars of particle. It sounds like this could be this, or maybe this confetti burst. I'm not sure, really, which one would be better. There's this radial burst. And there's this simple explosion. Let's see what this simple explosion is. Niagara system. Hit. Hit spark. Let's call it that. And let's go into hit spark. How does it look like? It's big. It's kinda too big, but okay. Let's turn that off. No. That looks okay. I wonder, because we already have some physics going on with the sprite burst. I mean, the simulation of it going down. Let's just use that as a base, right? Let's compile it, use this as a base for our hit mark event. That logic I will completely turn off for a second, for our hot second. Spawn system at location. And let's just, every time we hit something, promote to variable, hit spark, VFX. Let's create this. Let's have it point towards our hit spark. We have it selected in our content browser or content drawer. Let's plug it in here as default value by clicking this arrow. Let's turn that on. Location will be this, but rotation should be going on along with the normal of the surface that we hit. And what is the normal of the surface that we hit? Let me quickly explain it to you. The thing is, if we have a surface, let's say a couple of surfaces, going like this, right? This is the side of some mesh. A normal vector is the vector that is always pointing upwards from a given surface. Which means this is normal vector, this is normal vector, and this is normal vector. So what I'm trying to do right now is to spawn some particle in here. But if I just spawned it at location, it most probably would emit its particle inside of the mesh that I just hit with my arrow, right? Let's present my arrow as hitting at this angle, right? This is my orange glowing arrow. It will probably just spawn those particles at this location, but because I didn't orient the system correctly, it will emit particles inside of a mesh, most probably. So what I need to do is to rotate this whole system towards where the normal of this surface, which is the vector that always points up from a given surface, I need to orient it towards that vector. So it will start emitting particles outside of the mesh that I hit. So, with that explanation out of the way, I need to firstly get normal, and I already have it, hit normal. I need to turn it into rotation, so get rotation from X vector. This will turn it into rotation, and it should spawn the system oriented towards the normal of the surface. I want to auto release this system. And yeah, I think it will be it. But let me see, it's not really looping, right? It's not a looping thing. Once. Yep. Let's see how this will work. Will I achieve some sort of satisfaction with this stuff? Yes, it's already kind of how little simple placeholder visual feedback can do things. But I already see the problem that I will most probably try to figure out on the next stream. When I'm close, these particles are kind of big, right? But if I will go further and shoot from farther distance, I won't be able to see those particles. I mean, I do see because they are super big, but if I was shooting from really, really far, like from here, those particles are still visible because of the way this this gas particle, this omnidirectional burst works. For some reason it stopped showing the particles here. I don't understand why. Some editor problem, but whatever. Yeah, these smaller particles, these big particles, sorry, sprite particles, they are visible from afar. But these smaller ones are not, and I would love to see some of them from afar. So the trick I should perform on the next stream probably is create such shader. I need to write this for my future self when I will be turning on the stream and I'll be thinking, what the hell I was supposed to do. So let me quickly clean all of this shit up, and for the next primary action stream, I will want to perform a trick where these smaller particles will scale up the further I am away from the system location. So I have a chance to see them a little bit, while they will be scaling down to a certain point the closer I am to them. So they'll be more visible from afar and maintain their screen area with the distance a little bit. So make hit sparks, maybe not make, just scale. Just scale hit sparks with distance. Probably also I should change the color, because on white wall it doesn't look right. I should probably do some visual changes so it will be more eye-popping. Change visuals for more eye-popping. For more eye-popping. So change visuals for more eye-popping, and what should I do with it more? And of course, if we are in a certain close distance to where we hit, I should have some hit sound in order to achieve satisfaction. Because right now I feel like I'm shooting, my charging sound is loud as fuck, my shoot sound is large as fuck. From a distance I probably shouldn't really hear just shooting at the wall. I probably should have some hit sound if I shot an enemy or some other valuable object from afar, right? But from this distance I should hear the sound of my projectile, my arrow hitting the wall. Something to tickle my brain into having satisfaction. So hit sound for satisfaction. And I'm not sure if that will allow me to answer the question, is it fun to shoot at the wall yet? On the next stream I will try to determine if just doing this, scaling hit sparks with distance, change the visuals of those hit sparks for a little bit more eye-popping effect, and adding some kind of hit sounds for my ear satisfaction, will this be enough to make me feel like, okay, I'm having fun just shooting at the wall? I'll see. If the answer will be yes, I will try to implement some stationary targets. That's where I will probably, I sort of predict that I will have to implement something for short distance shooting. I would have to try to think of some cool ass gameplay mechanic, and it will be so hard to resist the urge of just copying what Helldivers 2 did. Because Helldivers 2 did an amazing thing that I love so much, that when you are not aiming down sights, you basically have this circle that is showing you your spread, and you have this smaller circle that is showing you where you actually are aiming, and this thing is constantly traveling inside the circle. So you can kind of sort of aim without pressing aiming down the side button, but you need to press trigger only when this smaller circle will be on your target. It is such a cool game mechanic that I only seen really in Helldivers 2. I'm not sure if it was being used somewhere else. earlier, but it will be so hard to resist the urge of just copying that. And I wonder how did they come up with it, because usually shooters that I played have just spread mechanic that okay, you're not aiming down sights, you're just having a big spread and it's a big random thing of what you will hit, right? And the more you shoot, the spread gets bigger, the crosshair gets bigger, etc, etc. Which was fine, but after playing Helldivers 2, I feel like shit, if my weapon doesn't have this smart game mechanic, I feel like I'm missing something. So it will be, I need to write it down. Resist the urge to copy Helldivers 2. Right. Yeah, so I'll have to figure out some other mechanic for close range shooting, probably. That's my prediction for shooting at the stationary target. But first, I would need to scale hit marks with distance, change visuals for more eye-popping, and create some hit sound in meta sounds for satisfaction. It will probably sound like it's coming from NES era, but it doesn't matter. It's all supposed to be placeholders and give me satisfaction while playing it with the placeholders. And yeah, that's where I think I will be at the next stream. Finishing shooting at the wall and achieving some sort of satisfaction there, and starting implementing stationary target. So, I need a quick break for eating this lovely Prince Polo XXL to give myself more energy. Meanwhile, I will be transitioning to talking about Mover plugin, because we are entering the back half of this stream. So, let me turn off this project, save everything, really, save all. Turn up this. I can turn on that slide. I hope my friend Barabash Hardy is here, because we'll be talking about Mover plugin and he was the main guy interested in this. So I should probably go into OBS and change the title that you see on screen to Mover plugin. Let's see if I can edit this live. Let's see how this will look. Yeah, it looks alright. Okay. Sorry for that. Let me quickly clear this thing. Yep. And turn on the Mover plugin tests that I did. Was it here? I hope it was here. While be eating this awesome Prince Polo XL that is completely I should have put it in the refrigerator. Not bad. Yeah. Here's the Mover plugin playground. Barabash Hardy is here. Hello, Barabash. How are you doing? Are you doing 100%? God damn it, it's so fucking hot in my apartment right now. I understand bath streamers more and more with each stream. I wish I was in the bath with cold water right now. Maybe that's how I should stream all these. Ah shit, I need to wash my hand. because it is killing me right now. Barabash Hardy says 100% maximum effort. But my question to you is, do people realize? Barabash Hardy says stream from the balcony. Right now I think it might be raining, so it might be hard, but I do have a laptop that I could run the stream from the balcony. That would be funny. Barabash Hardy says people don't realize. Cry emoji. Barabash Hardy says, but you usually like it hard. Yeah, that's why I make these streams harder on myself. I need to take a second to clean my hands because they are full of chocolate. Because I'm a dumbass and I didn't hit my Prince Polo in the refrigerator. So I'll be back in a second. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. My name is Adorozo. I'm back. I'm back. Okay, to sum up a little bit what I have been doing with Mover plugin. I've been doing a deep dive without preparation, head first at the wall, just like I like to do it. Before Unreal Dev Fest in Prague. Because I saw that there was a lecture there, a presentation about Mover plugin done by the guy who creates Mover plugin. In order to maximize what I could get from this presentation, I wanted to deep dive into it a little bit beforehand. So I had like a couple of streams dedicated to it, so I would understand it more. It happened. Then I went to Prague. I was at the presentation. I asked the question at the QA session, so if the presentation will be online on Epic's page, you will hear my voice at the end there, asking some question about that. And then I got back and to the hotel. I did a stream where I was talking about this presentation and in general kind of a report from the Unreal Dev Fest. I messed that stream up because I was typing stuff on Notepad, but then I forgot to add Notepad as a stream source in OBS, so yay me. But that's what you get when you are an amateur streamer. That came out wrong. Because amateur streams might mean something different on the internet. Well, fuck it. And on previous Fatstream, I was going into animation motion matching thing, and then Barabash Hardy asked me, hey, could I use some time to maybe implement some directional gravity with the Mover plugin? And I felt like, yeah, it will be cool. Mover plugin is something that Epic intends in the future, rather far future than immediate future, to replace character move component, character motion component. I forgot how it was called, but I hate it because when you are implementing multiplayer game and you are trying to add some your own of the custom movement, it is kind of hard as shit. It is like the entry level to it is not that great. It will only work on mostly bipedal humanoid characters that are always standing upright with the gravity always pointing down. And yeah, character movement, Barabash, you're right. Character movement component. And also it's not really great network wise. I've heard of case where one company was optimizing the network imprint of their game when playing a multiplayer session. They optimized the fuck out of their own code and still it wasn't performing. And then they turned on the FPS template from Epic. They profiled that and they realized, holy shit, it's character movement component that is eating away our network. So they were forced to change things around in there. And basically it's have been a pain point, especially when it comes to like prediction, movement prediction, that if you are using root motion in your animations for movement on network, desynchronization got to you fast. I hate character movement component, and when I was learning Unreal Engine, all the senior coders above me, they were, when I was asking them, hey, I want to learn how to do movements because I play Titanfall 2 and I want to do movement shit, right? They were like, you know what, I wouldn't bother. And I'm like, why? Because it's so hard on character movement. I would wait a couple of years until Epic figures out something better. Mover plugin is this something better. Right off the get-go, I liked it because there was a clear distinction between the phase of gathering inputs, processing inputs, then this process inputs being queued for the actual movements, and you can create your move sets from a basic library of move sets. You don't need to have code attached to it. You can start doing it with Blueprint. That's what I'm trying to do here right now. And network wise, when I turned on the network simulation in here with the bad network conditions, what happened was what you expect from when you are playing multiplayer game with bad network condition. Characters were jittering around and everything, but at the end of the movement there was no desynchronization. While the movement was happening, for example on zipline, there was no desynchronization after the end of the movement, which is a huge thing because it means that, okay, your game for some reason might suffer from bad network condition, but after those bad network conditions will pass, the game will synchronize itself back and all of the players should and will have the same state in their games. Versus what might happen right now with character movement component and root motion animations. Things will completely desync and will stay desynced forever, ruining the game. People have to turn off the game, log in once again. We don't want that. So Mover plugin is awesome like that. And Mover plugin can also work with the chaos physics prediction, with the network prediction plugin that I would love to cover somewhere in the future. So yeah, that's it. And what I also did, let me quickly show you last time, but I'm not sure if I accidentally didn't unhook it. Yeah, I unhook it. I also did like a very rudimentary I wouldn't even call it the prototype, but I wanted to see if I can just with the blueprints create like something that could resemble a ground pound, which after pressing an input my character will go up, stay there for a couple of seconds and go down. Can I cue these movements from blueprint without any code? And I could. And right now, because one of the promises of Mover plugin is that it is not character dependent. You can move any object with it. And you don't need to rely on gravity always pointing downwards. You could possibly create directional gravity and do things like in Mario Galaxy or Galaxy 2, right? So Barabash Hardy here asks like, could I try my hand at it? And I did, and it didn't work out, because after I changed my pawn to this extended pawn, I am swapping to what I thought would be working for directional gravity. And as you can see, it's not working, it's fighting. It's kind of fighting. I am flying, and this silver sphere was supposed to represent a planet, and I was supposed to be moved towards it. Instead, it looks like a couple of things are fighting with each other here. Like the downwards gravity and the gravity that is pointing somewhere else. When I'm moving, I'm kind of moving in the relation of to the planet, although the controls are completely fucked up. I would have to figure out how to actually implement the gravity, etc, etc. The controls for this type of gravity. But we have the detective work on our hand. But instead of like trying to debug what is already being done on this pawn, right, extended pawn, from what I remember, I think I have created a satellite object that was supposed to be the gravity of this silver planet, supposed to work on this satellite and move it towards the center of the planet, right? But something is not working right here. I created this satellite at the beginning of its play. It gets the reference to the planet, right? And right, 100%. People don't realize, as usual, as in tradition. Let's make fun of my talking. Yeah, on event tick, I am always trying to change the gravity override, where the gravity should point towards, while the tick of this object is happening. So the idea is that it always should be going towards the planet, but it's not really working. So that was like a quick 15-minute summary with a little bit break for my eating of Prince Paula and washing hands because I'm an idiot. So we will try to figure out this mystery together. I added the mover component here. I'm using, mover network prediction liaison. And right now that's what we are trying to figure out. Why this shit doesn't really work. I have the value of gravity magnitude, which is supposed to be strong. I made it way more than the regular Earth's gravity because I just wanted to see this object move towards the planet, and it didn't. So what I'm doing here, I'm calculating constantly a vector from my satellite towards the center of the planet, and that's my gravity direction that I'm printing constantly, and then I'm setting the gravity override, but for some reason the object isn't moving, and that's what I will be trying to figure out right now. Let's see if changing movement mode will do something. Like I will use falling mode, of course call it falling, and I will use this falling here. Let's see if this will fix, because in theory falling mode should be, as they said here, if you highlight it, it is movement for moving through the air and jumping, but it is influenced by gravity and air control. So if I'm constantly changing the direction of the gravity, theoretically the satellite should fall into the planet. Let's see if it will happen. Nope. It doesn't move at all. It's like nothing really happens. And I also wonder why my tick is not happening. Maybe it's just the tick that isn't really happening. No, but my gravity direction is being printed. Maybe let's print debug arrow. Let's do that. Instead of just printing the strength of the gravity. Let's turn that off, let's turn that off. And let's just draw the arrow from planet, no, from my satellite towards the planet. Let's just print that. It can be yellow. It should be printed for like a super short amount of time because it will be printed every goddamn frame. And let's do it. Let's see. Okay, so we know that the tick event update my frame is happening in here, but this thing is not moving. Barabash Hardy asks, but don't you need to switch to pawn first? No, switching to the pawn was changing the directional gravity of my pawn. When I thought, hey, I will just change the gravitational directional gravity of my character, and it will suddenly magically work and move my character towards the planet. Right now, our BP satellite doesn't need to do that sort of thing. You see? This is for character. But I wanted to just make sure that I could, you know, make any object move towards the planet with the directional gravity, which, as we can see, doesn't really work. I can even put like 9, this kind of gravity magnitude, right? Yep. And we can see even it is triggering, it is trying to override gravity constantly, and it does override it. But nothing really changes. The object isn't really falling towards this planet. It's not moving at all. So probably something in my settings is not really working out. Maybe physics-driven falling mode? I don't know, I'm just shooting shit right now. Not really, it's not moving. We don't, the thing is, we don't even know if it is possible in this version of Mover plugin, so we will see about that. Input producer, movement mixer, that thing is not really needed right now. Although maybe I will look at the extended pawn to see its settings. Pawn. Okay, let me just search for pawn. It was money, right? Blueprint. Do I have showing? No, of course. Yeah. I couldn't see when I was searching for blueprints the blueprint because I haven't had filter of showing the plugin content on, and this whole level and its setup is in plugin content. So let's see how this mover component is being set up here. You have our there are some additional settings here that I probably need to consider. Starting movement mode is falling. Okay, transitions, zipline transitions. Shared settings, yes. Gravity has gravity override. Downwards, okay. Start with tick enabled, yes. Auto activate, yes. So let's see if changing this will do anything. Let's see first of all if my change my settings are similar. I don't have physics mover here for some reason, and okay, because falling mode, yes. No, that's what I wanted. Starting movement mode, I have falling just as they have. Basically, I have the same starting settings. I don't have this persistent things. No, I have this. Okay. So from the setting point of view, I think I have everything that might be needed. So why the fuck is it not moving at all? Okay, let's go through the blueprint as usual. Let's see if on the begin play maybe I need to do something. No. On pre-simulation tick, get data. Yeah, this is the moment where we can process the inputs and cue our moves, right? But that's not what we are really doing here. We are not cueing any move. We are trying to use the regular gravity simulation to work. But okay, let's see other thing. If this is not working, let's see if without changing directional gravity, really, can I make this object just fall to the ground? Let it just fall to the ground. Let's achieve something super simple. Gravity direction -1. Let's see if it will. It's not even falling to the ground, and the character is. So what the fuck is up with that? That is some basic stuff with mover plugin. It is kinda like you are trying to make a first move of your cube. We are missing something. Probably very simple. Let's turn off the gravity override. Still, it just doesn't fall with the mover plugin. What am I missing here? Because that will be key to our success. That if we will be able to make it fall to the ground with mover plugin, we know we can start affecting gravity then. And maybe we could start make it a real satellite, you know, going towards the planet. And that way we will have knowledge. Okay, we know how to make a simple object use directional gravity, and it will be easier for us to debug why on our character it doesn't seem to work like this. So these are the steps to figure this shit out. To turn on the gravity at the beginning, but is it with maybe I need to. Let's see, does animated mani have on its capsule simulation of physics? No. Enable gravity? Yes. Okay. Do I have on my default cube the same settings? Simulate physics? No. Enable gravity? Yes. We have enabled gravity on this shit. Okay. What else do we have here? Apply impulse on damage, replicate physics to autonomous proxy. All these settings. How about mine settings? Yeah, they are exact same. So it's not connected to physics simulation. Because everything is being set in the same way. Why is my shit not working? How about I just take this and Q next mode. Maybe it's not really starting with the goddamn flying for some reason. Nope. It's none of these. Okay. Minus 9,000, whatever. It should just... It just stays in the air. But why? Ground movement mode name, air movement mode name, blah blah blah. Ignore base rotation, friction. Okay. But we are not on the ground. But let's say falling. Maybe there was some mistake. No. Okay, let's bring this shit back. Supports kinematic based movements. Do we have the same shit here? Yes. Falling, movers, declining, yeah. Why can't I really do this shit? Okay, but can I just queue any move? Q layered move. Let's queue it. Let's use some move. Make, what was the name of that shit? I kind of forgot. Make layered move. Yes, make layered move. Let's create the layered move and see if I can even move this cube in any way, just not with gravity, but anything. Make layered move. Yeah, linear velocity, and let it move upwards. 100, no, maybe like 100 units at the time. Yeah, additive velocity, blah blah blah. Duration for milliseconds, I don't know. 300 milliseconds. Let's cue this move. This is how simple making moves in mover plugin is. You just take your component, just like I did in here, in the actual extended pawn, and you just cue your move that you want to do. Here I queued launch, and on event I queued going down. Here we'll be queuing just a linear velocity upwards, 100 units per second for 300 milliseconds. Maybe let's make it 1000 because it will be. Maybe let's make it go for that amount of time. Okay, let's see if. You see, the thing is, I see my mover component is not really working as it's supposed to. And I'm not really sure why. Yeah, these are the basics of mover plugin. How to make this movement thing work. What the hell do I miss? There are these platforms that are moving on their own if you turn on the game. Let's see how they achieve their movement. You are moving platform. Let's see. And the funny thing is they don't do anything in Blueprint. And I wonder why. They only have one movement mode, follow path, some ping pong, rotation type fixed, couple of control points added from what I see. And that's it. And it is the starting movement, follow path, the duration and everything. That's great. Nothing that would tell me what am I missing in my simple thing. I cannot even move the fucking box. That's funny. Maybe override velocity? No, it just straight up doesn't move. Did I add it in a bad way, mover? No, I added correct. Nothing in the constructions clipped. Let's add this mover debug. Under mover category. Alright, we'll use the gameplay debugger. That's not the gameplay debugger. This is gameplay debugger. And we need to turn on mover. Let's turn on mover. Walking. Okay, that's great. Now, does it show any other actors debug? No, not really. It doesn't really show me what I wanted. No, but it shows. It shows me some kind of debug here that wasn't here before. Let's go there. No debug on this shit. Okay. Ah, yeah, because I have animated many pawns selected. Let me select my VP satellite. VP satellite, yes. And maybe this will turn on the debug for this. No selected pawn. No selected. Ah, it only works for pawns. Fucking great. The funny thing is, these are just static meshes. This is just a static mesh actor with the mover component added. I have no fucking clue why it doesn't work like this. But when in doubt, turn into code. Turn for code to help. So I will go into code, I think, because right now I am struggling with that. I just have a regular acto and I want to move it, and the guys were promising that mover is actor agnostic. Which is true for their platform, but not true for this. But let's see, maybe I'm not even reaching this blueprint. No, I am. And there is mover component. It has movement modes, etc. No input producer. Is it needed? I don't think so. Wait, in which... Yeah, I'm playing as standalone, okay. So that's not it. Blah, 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 blah. Barabash, I curse you for this challenge. I curse you, I blame Hardy. What am I missing here? Why it's just not doing what it's supposed to? Ping pong fix. Yes, Barabash. But why would mover plugin not work really? It is auto activated. Everything should work out. I curse you, Barabbas. Okay, let's go into code without, waiting. So let me turn off this project right here. Let me turn on the rider. I will need a fucking shower after the stream. It's so hot. Or should I stream the shower? It will get me banned here, but whatever. Let's see here, like mover component. Yup. And what I will be doing, what I will try to do here is I will try to break into the mover component and see if anything even is turning on. Is the begin play being called? Is any frame update simulation thing going on, etc, etc. Maybe this way I will catch what am I missing, and then I will curse Barabbas even more. Okay, let's turn this shit on. Barabbas, your favorite part of stream, looking into code. I really have no clue what am I missing here. Why my simple cube actor is not moving when I'm telling it to move. But I hope we'll have the answer revealed soon. Yes, we have this. Now let's go into character movement basics. We have our cube. Let's open our assets. Yep, but there are many things with mover plugins here, so it will be harder. Let's create a basic level and let's do this shit here. Like, let's add planet here. Let's add satellite here. They will find each other. And I will have a regular character here, so only the cube will have movement component. Let's break in the mover component. I don't even know where. Let's an initializing component. Let's in registering component. Let's break here and in the begin play, and maybe on simulation tick. And let's see what the fuck is up here. Also, if I remember correctly, wait a second, this guy is inheriting from, yeah, sure, from this guy and he is inheriting from here. Maybe I will find something here that I'm missing from like a begin play point of view. Nothing. Nope. Okay, let's just turn that shit on. Debug, 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 debug. This is my actor. You found the. Oh, okay. That is interesting. But let me. Yeah, my satellite for some reason. Okay, everything is okay. Set updated component. That's cool. Is it because I just have a root component as a root? Okay. Initialize component. Let's see if it initializes correctly. Oh, I have some log here. No backend class set on my mover action. Mover action will not function. That is something interesting. Let's see if it is true. No, it's not true. I don't have this log actually. Where's my debug? Where's my log? Nope, I didn't have any mover plugin log yet. New license component. I have a backend class, yes. Everything is correct, Mundo. Begin play, let's see, input producer. I don't have an input producer, do I need it? Movement mixer, default movement mixer. Okay, I don't have the input producer, but I'm not sure if I need it if my guy doesn't take any input. Like static mesh actor also doesn't take any input. So what the fuck? Okay. What is going on? Ah yes, I have a Q layered move here. And I have a simulation tick, but let me turn that shit off for a hot sec. Oh! Wait! Look at that! Something interesting. It wasn't working in the level from Epic, but it seems that it worked in here. You see, there's a little green cube falling downwards. Why it wouldn't be working on the Epic's level and it might be working on the empty level, I'm not sure, but I'm saving this level. Wait, say current level S, content, yes, mover, directional gravity. I swear to God, if the fix for this was just change the level, I would be fucking angry. Not angry, but kind of disappointed. Okay, so it moves up. And then for some reason it moves down. Maybe something with the world override settings. Yeah, that's what I'm starting to anticipate, that something was on that level that disallowed for proper move, for some reason, for this mover plugin for this thing to work. And let's move it by 500. Let's see if moving in the X direction will do anything really. Okay, let me turn that shit off. Let me turn that shit off. Okay, I don't need begin play breakpoint anymore, so go the hell away. Yeah, the green freaking tank fucked over to the Neverland. The strong gravity pointed it. It seems like it's working, but on an empty level. Okay, let me turn everything that I did here. Let me plug in once again the goddamn thing here, and let me turn on the override here, put it as 0, and let's see what will happen. Barabbas, you see this? These fucking bugs will kill me at some point. Yeah, boy. Fuck. Yeah, and of course. It is kind of working, but once again, it does the exact same thing that we were thinking that the character did on the epics level. Here it is happening for Q, and I think I have idea for what might be the problem. Let's turn on gravity here. Turn off, I mean. Okay, gravity on the regular physics is being turned off, but still there was no simulate physics here, so it didn't matter. But it's still fighting like a motherfucker. Let's change the gravity magnitude to maybe something more Earth-like. Let's see that. For some reason it is going up and down instead of being constantly pulled by gravity force towards the center of the Earth. Why? I am not sure. It's moving in incorrect axis. You ask, Barabbas, it might be the case, but I wouldn't understand why. Because my gravity acceleration, which is a vector, like, look at this thing. I will turn off this once again, right? I will change the gravity override here to just be in the z-axis, but upwards instead of downwards, right? And you will see that it is just flying up, right? If I would put it down, it will start going down, right? And go completely through the floor because collision probably is... No, it is set to all block all dynamic. Okay, whatever. That is a problem for another moment. So I would say that just by this experiment alone, if I will input here the vector that is pointing towards the center of the planet, it should start moving towards the center of the planet, right? Like, let's do another example. If I put it in 300 to the front and 300 to the right, it will start moving diagonally, right? Oh, or it won't start moving at all. I think we discovered something, that for some reason X and Y axis is being ignored for some forsaken reason. You see? So what I expect is happening right now with our directional gravity is that yes, we are calculating our axis correctly, but for some reason only Z axis is being actually processed, X and Y are discarded, which is problematic because that means we cannot achieve pulling towards a specific planet. As soon as I put 300 units here, it will start going up slowly. Okay, Barabash Hardy asks in Polish because automod blocks in English. I need to figure out this automod settings to turn that shit off. Barabash Hardy asks about whether the fact that the green line disappears, it means that the gravity from mover plugin disappears as well. I'm not sure what green line you're referring to, because the line that I had previously drawn, I turned it off in Blueprint, like right here. So I was the one that turned the debug line off. What right now I am seeing is that when I have the vector for gravity acceleration override, only z-axis is actually processed. And I need to go back into your favorite thing to look at, which is code, and see this gravity accelerate. I need to find, yes, this value and see how it is being used, because maybe it is just in code where okay, it is only used by return, where it is being ignored, right? So if it has gravity override, which it does, it is set to true. It's just return gravity accelerate override. Barabash Hardy says, oh, okay, I didn't catch when you disabled it. So I thought that maybe when you've entered those gravity override values, then the directional gravity was disabled. Yeah, I disabled the debug line on my own. Right now, I'm just investigating why only one component of my gravity axis is being processed and the rest of it is being ignored. I see something weird here, get gravity acceleration, where current physics volume, yes, only Z component is being processed. But we have gravity override on, so let's see how it is being used later in falling mode. Let's see, maybe it is something that they do in code. And I think they do. Movement utils, compute velocity from gravity. Let's get into that function. Why can I go into... I can. Okay. Here they are using the full vector, but... Yep. I just found it. Guys. And I have it for effect here, looking at the code. And until someone proves me otherwise, the X and Y of our gravity is being ignored. Because if our velocity with gravity reaches terminal vertical speed, that is some kind of value in falling mode, which is here. If we go over 2000 centimeters per second, it will start clamping our velocity. But in all of these calculations, only z-axis is being taken into the account. But let's say our gravity didn't go here. Didn't reach the terminal vertical speed of 2000 centimeters per second. So then it goes into just taking this gravity, but it only takes the z-axis. Which means in current 5.4 version of Mover plugin, without changing the code here in the engine, and I would advise against it, the directional gravity is impossible. But for the fact I know, because I had been at the presentation, someone in Q&A session asked about directional gravity and Mario Galaxy, etc. And the guy said yes, they intend to support it. I might not remember if they said that it is supported in current version or it will be supported in the future version. But as we can see here in this code, it's not supported. Yeah, challenge kinda completed, Barabbas Hardy. But you know what? I'm gonna do something that people always say not to do. I will edit the fuck out of this code. So I will change it. And recompile the engine. It might take a little hot second, so we'll be able to talk bullshit. But let's see if changing these lines of code will achieve the value. Yeah, but as always, you're killing me, Barabbas. Barabbas says, yeah, do it, because people don't realize. What we are referring to is this funny video. I don't remember from whom it was. Barabbas, if you remember, you cannot post links here, but you can post the name of this YouTube clip where the guy is parodying all the podcasts and all the common phrases that people use, like, the people don't realize that, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, 100%. And the funny thing is, I use it as well. And I did use it without even listening to podcasts. It's just the way I talk. So Barabbas is making the fun of me. But it's cool. I don't mind it. And let's actually apply this velocity. And just to be safe, that also with the terminal velocity here, we will also change this x. Fuck you. X, Y, and desired the acceleration. Yeah, whatever. But it doesn't really matter if this will be a proper calculation. I just want to see if I will start affecting the Y and X components of my gravity. So forward, backwards, and left and right. Will this change in code result in having directional gravity or not? I don't recommend. I want to make it sure that 100%. I do not recommend making these changes in code. I'm a senior gameplay programmer, and if this was for the shippable game, I just wouldn't really do it. Because even though I spent a couple of hours already in the mover plugin, I don't know all of it. So this change might completely break the whole plugin. I would wait or maybe request on UDN that, hey, maybe I will do it from my work account. I might ask on Unreal Developers Network, hey, the gravity acceleration doesn't care about the X and Y component. So I cannot achieve directional gravity. Are you guys planning to do something about it, etc.? That's how I would do it for work. But right now I'm just doing it on stream out of curiosity. So let's see if live coding will manage to compile this shit. It is a plugin compilation. Plugin inside of the engine. No changes detected. Right. Yeah, sure, no changes detected, my ass. So I need to turn off this shit. I need to recompile, and we will see if such change will achieve directional gravity. Why am I doing it? Only because I want to see if Epic will add it, how hard it will be. So, but you know, we could all make some games with directional gravity. How hard would it be? And if it is possible. From that, I will try to extrapolate how long we will have to wait for that. Will it be in 5.5, 5.6, etc., etc. I really hope the guys from Epic will upload these presentations soon. And here you can see the value of having a supercomputer to compile shit from engine, because it's just so quick. I don't have to wait. It was like, I don't know, 15 seconds. And I will speak about it a little bit later, why it is when you are a single developer and working with Unreal, even if you're making indie game, why it is good to invest in your CPU heavily. I will touch on that in a second, because it is super important, and for some reason so many people and so many companies don't understand this. This is Barabash, this is the actual people, this is the actual thing that people don't realize, people in position of power don't realize. I will touch upon that in a second, but right now let's see if my change in code resulted in what I wanted. Let's see. Will my guy start to move in X and Y axis? Or will the game break? No, he still only moves up and down, which means that there is even more code down the line that makes it so that the only Z axis is being used. And it's making me kind of upset. Let's turn off the Z portion of the gravity override. Let's see. Yep, the cube is still not moving, even though I compile this goddamn piece of shit. No, it's not a piece of shit. But I compiled my own piece of shit code and it's still not working out. It is generating move in falling mode. Move input Z. Okay, blah blah. And here is velocity with gravity. Start velocity. Compute velocity from gravity. Start gravity acceleration. I wonder if I'm getting in here or in here. Oh, wait. It actually didn't compile my code. So it's not the matter of this not working, it's the matter that for some reason it didn't compile this change. And I'm wondering why. Why the project didn't pick up that I changed this code. What the freaking thing? Let me see if I will be able to print out a little something. Let me see if I'll be able to print out this message and if it will pick up this change in code or not. Nope, it actually doesn't see. Skip compile? Who the fuck told you to skip compile? Who? Why? No, 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 no. Fuck off. Edit configuration. Why it's skipping compiling? Fuck you, skipping compile. I don't understand why it's skipping compilation. I don't get it. Okay, let's get into the engine, plugins, and I think it might be runtime and mover plugin. No, that's not the plugins. Experimental. Ah, I'm sorry. Experimental. So it still might be possible. Give me a sec. What is going on? Oh my god. And yeah. Okay, mover, and that's what I'm editing, right? Mover, source mover. Yeah, I want to compile this shit. What is going on? Why it's not picking up my change in code? Is this another thing that I will waste my hour on? Configuration. Why it's using the flag skip compile? And it's not even here. Why did it? No, I want the build log. Where the fuck is my build log? There is none. Okay, for some reason I cannot compile this code. And I don't know why it thinks that it should skip compilation. It's kind of pissing me off, I'll be honest. Even when maybe it is in here, edit, skip compile. No, none of these things have skip compile in here. What the? Let me search quickly. Unreal skip compile. Okay. Okay, there is this flag, skip compile. Okay. I might find it in a second. Just no, that's not what I wanted. Fuck, everything got turned off. Thank you. Okay. Nah, fuck this shit. I will figure it out later because I don't want to waste my time with that stuff. Let's get back to this. Okay, so for now, I will try to figure out why it's skipping my compilation. A little bit later, maybe not even on this stream. But right now, what I wanted to talk about, and this is what actually 100% people don't realize, and that's been my experience when it comes to like both indie and AAA development, that is kind of pissing me off. Why investing in the goddamn PCs of which you work on is so super important. Here's a timeline of making of a game, right? You have your start of actually production of a game. Here is your release, right? It should be, let me preface it, it should be so fucking obvious, but for some people it's just not. Especially people in position of power, and I just don't get it. Here's the whole timeline, right? And if you have a medium PC, then some time of your work will be spent on the actual development time, but so much of a time you will be wasting just on compilation, for example, code compilation. This is time wasted. Because of that, your iteration time will be slower. Because each time you make a change, you need to compile, you need to wait, blah blah blah. Instead of compiling shit in like a couple of seconds, it will be taking a couple of minutes. It will add up to a shitload of time and lots of money wasted just on compilation of code. Then you have other processings, right? Like you have shader compilation, right? you might need a lot of RAM while you are developing. You don't want to constantly crash your engine because you have 16 gigs of RAM, right? So you need a lot of memory for all the data that you will be processing. You have all the shader compilation time. Each time you might be writing your code or scripts that are prototypes, they won't be optimized, right? So they also will be taking a lot of time. And then you have your regular dev time, development time, that is being taken care of. But if you invest your money in, I don't know, a Threadripper, I cannot write for shit, Threadripper, or other high-class CPU, you will invest in high-class GPU. Suddenly, instead of wasting all of this time on compilation, you will only waste this amount of time on compilation. Instead of constantly, you know, having problems with shader compilations and other stuff, waiting for operations to finish, creating build farms, etc., you will have this amount of time of shader compilation. And let's add the regular dev time to it, and suddenly you are able to release game faster and make money faster. And all of this is your time saved. And if you are an indie developer, you are saving time, because when you are developing a game on your own, you're paying by your time. You have to pay your bills, you have to feed yourself, feed your family, etc. You are spending less money on compilation and shaders and more money and time, less money and time. You get more eventual time, if you need it, to polish your game. You can still release at the exact same date, but you might have some time for fucking polish of the game. It should be written with the small letter, but whatever. So investing in super CPU and GPU is really, even though Threadripper costs a shit ton, it is saving you money later down the line, because all of the compilation, all of the shader compilation, processing, etc., all of that takes away your valuable time and money. So these things will pay off way quicker. But I've been in these situations where I've seen programmers and artists ask for like, hey, could you buy me a Threadripper? No, because it costs too much. Okay, but could you buy me the next best thing? No, because it costs too much money. Here, have mediocre PC. But then I will have, after small change of code, I will have like, I don't know, 10 minutes of waiting until compilation finish. And the guy will be like, yeah, okay, I can pay that. And suddenly, each day, those 10 minutes will add to another 10 minutes. And we are talking about hours and days of time just waiting until the compilation finishes. Instead of compiling in the matter of seconds, not breaking your flow of thinking, and arriving at results way faster. And it seems fucking obvious. I'm sure that you're hearing it and you're like, yeah, duh, if you buy a better PC that works better and processes data better, you will have results sooner, right? But then there is life when you're asking for a good PC. You have to explain to someone why you are buying Threadripper or the best Ryzen or whatever. And people are looking at you with wide eyes. Why? Why would you need it? You can just get by with a mediocre PC. And it's like, yeah, but I don't want to waste my time. So that's the thing that 100% people don't realize. And right now I'm really curious about why it's building with the skip compile. Okay. Now I will put this to a vote. I don't know how many people are watching me right now, because on Restream I don't have this kind of view. I only see the chat, which I need to figure out how to overlay with the OBS. I mean, I did figure it out, but I didn't click it. So that's the thing for the next stream. But I want to put it down to a small vote. I want to put it down to a small vote. What should I do right now? I still have like 40 minutes left. I can either try to dig deeper on this skip compilation error, which probably would be boring as fuck, but I will I might get an answer if my change of code allows for directional gravity. Or we accept that, yeah, in Mover plugin version 5.4 you won't be able to make Mario Galaxy, at least that way, because there's another way of doing it, but that's not the way I would want to do it production wise. The other way is to create your own, just like they have where's the Unreal? Yes, just like okay. Yes, thank you. And imagine I have a great CPU. Waiting for this thing to pop up on lesser CPU might take 2 minutes. It would be 2 minutes wasted of my time. Just like when they have these movement modes, you could create directional gravity by creating your own custom movement mode. Unfortunately, movement modes, from what I can see, can only be created with C++ code. You need to... Or do you need to use C++? Maybe that's a challenge for the next Fatstream. Because what I'm thinking right now, yes, you cannot, for now, achieve directional gravity with just overriding the variable of gravity acceleration override in your blueprint and changing it constantly and updating it. That shit doesn't work right now without the change of code, which for some reason I cannot trigger compilation for. So I cannot even test properly if it is working. But you could create your own movement mode, and within this movement mode, just like they did in the falling mode, you could apply directional gravity on your object in here. They're doing lots of complicated stuff here, but another thing that I think could be possible, because I see that this is blueprintable class. You could probably override this mode via blueprint and maybe create this calculation of directional gravity there. But I'll be honest, from the production point of view, at least for the prototype, I wouldn't want to be doing this. I'd rather have it out of the box and just pushing the gravity vector at every tick. Barabash Hardy says, no, I don't think so. I've bought a plugin for multiply directional gravity that didn't use C++, at least at the beginning. Okay, so you think it's not worth it right now to go that route of, hey, let's either try to find why it's not compiling or creating my own movement mode in here. These are the options. I can either try to see if I can make it work that way, or I can go back a little bit to the design project, primary action, and start working on those things that I was talking about that I would do on next stream. I can try to tackle that. What do you guys think? You can write your answer here while I will take a quick toilet break. So I'll be back in a second.
Dobry wieczór Państwu, już za chwilę przed nami decydująca walka mistrzostw Polski w dziedzinie, w której nasi rodacy są od lat najlepsi na świecie, czyli w narzekaniu sportowym. Nie muszę chyba przypominać, że narzekanie to nasza narodowa dyscyplina, którą codziennie amatorsko uprawiają miliony Polaków. Tej naszej pasji do tego sportu nie zrozumieją jacyś Amerykanie z tym swoim żałosnym How are you? I'm fine.
Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I got my 0% lemonade beer. Let's see. Barabash Hardy says, yeah, I think it will be better to wait for some updates to move her from Epic. And then he says, your project is a better topic. Thumbs up. Your project. You too, Barabash. But I get what you mean. Okay. You guys will kill me with your comments. Diabolit, Pashi says Gwomp, which means he's kinda dissing Barabash. Barabash, what you gotta say about that? Okay, so I will turn off this test project. When it comes to like more plugin oriented streams, I will be thinking what would be cool stream to do in the future. I had a request here from, let me find the request. Yes, from Style of Zen about network prediction plugin. It would be code heavy stream. So I want to do it, but somewhere in the future when I will be better at streaming code, because right now streaming code, at least when I perform it, is super boring. And the first part of my design stream is the best. My first stream ever about the game design primary action is the best evidence of it, because I started the first person template project from code, and then I started adding functionality via C++, and it was taking too long, it was boring. I need to learn more about how to make C++ streams more engaging. So network prediction plugin for sure is on the line, because I am personally interested in how it works and how you could work with it. But I need to figure out next plugin. Probably it might be something PCG related, because I like it. Maybe something more art related, we'll see. Or maybe geometry script. Maybe some tech art stuff in the future. But right now, let's get back to business of primary action design learning and making ass out of myself. So let me quickly go back to like, I don't need this. Yes, I would love this. And let me turn on the my own level. Recent levels, shooting range. And I had a couple of things that I wanted to perform in here. And Barabashari says he's right. So you're confirming what Diabolit is saying, okay. Okay, but don't feel lonely here. I am Gwomp too. These streams are an evidence for that. And you know what else is? Most of people are, so yay, we're not lonely. Yep, Diabolit, you're right. We all are. When you think you're lonely, when you think there's no one around you, think about that. Most of the world is stupid. And probably we are all stupid. So at least we are in that group, so we're never truly lonely. We just don't realize 100%. Yep, we just don't realize we are all dumb. We are all just a bunch of neurons inside of the inside of the some kind of brain matter, constantly spark charging, and sometimes some spark on neuron might get into bad place. We are meat, that's the word I was thinking about. We are all just neurons inside of some meat, experiencing the life on its own. Barabashari says, not yet at least. Yeah, it's not neurons in metal, not yet. That's true. Okay, so I need to get back to stream to remind myself of what the fuck I was talking about that I would do at the end. Okay, I found it when I was writing this down. It was like a hit sound for satisfaction, blah blah. Resist the urge to copy Helldivers. Okay, let's do this first. Resist. Let's not copy Helldivers too. Okay, I think are good. I wanted to scale hit sparks with distance, so they could be more visible in distance, and change visuals for more eye-popping effect. And then add some hit sound for satisfaction. I think I will start with changing visuals for more eye-popping, because that I think I can manage in the last 30 minutes that we have. So let's see. Which one of these is simple sprite burst? This is that. Okay, so I want to change the color of this. This is scaling the alpha. But I want to just change the color of my particle, so I will have better satisfaction. Better visibility, in reality. Better visibility when... And I don't have sound. At least on my end, on PC. Why I don't have sound when I'm shooting? Did this shit fuck up for me once again? The driver turned off. Better visibility. What I said. Yeah, because right now I'm shooting at the white wall. I have white sprites coming off of it. It's not great visibility. Can I get to the sound and for a hot second change this here and make it pink? Yeah, sure. It is a great visibility. Do you guys hear the game sound or not? Because I completely don't on my end, but maybe I messed up something in here. Let's make a quick test. I have music in the background. Let's see if I can... Oh, I cannot hear it. Something messed up with my audio right now, and I don't want to troubleshoot it. Do you guys hear music or sounds from a video game? Yeah, I probably blasted it too loud. I probably killed your ears. I'm very sorry about that. But the funny thing is, I don't hear anything. Neither music nor sounds from video games, so... The point of making hitmark sound right now seems super pointless. Okay. But I dialed it back to what it was. And right now I think the whole music fucked up because it's not really playing anymore. Okay, I will give myself 1 minute to troubleshoot the audio issues, and if it's not working, then it's not working. Let's put it in słuchawki mode. Something is going on. And let's put it in from słuchawki mode to line 2 mode. And I still don't hear a peep. Yeah, on my end I don't hear a peep. That's freaking great. That is awesome. That will be awesome to stream. So I won't be working on sound right now. Diabolit says, I need to go, but I will check pink particle later. Okay, sure. I will send you the timestamp for that shit. It was nice having you here. I will send you the timestamp for pink particles. So I won't be doing anything sound related because something on audio broke here. Bye bye, Diabolit. And yeah, let's make it pink. Let's make it pink. In general, something is fucking up with my PC right now. You know what you'd also invest in? Good cooling system. I have water cooling system, but because in my room it is so fucking hot, I should probably have an AC. But you know what? It's not my apartment because I'm poor as shit and I cannot afford my own apartment. So Welcome to the GameDev Live. I'm just like Tupac. Tag Life, GameDev Live, the same shit. That was so disrespectful, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's the heat getting up to my brain. Okay, let's go into here and make those particles pink. Pink, 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 pink. Here it is using material. Material, that's... watch out for other streamers then. What you mean, Barabbas? I'm not following right now. We will use the default sprite material. We will copy it into our cosmetics. It is connected to projectiles. We'll copy it here. Ah, okay, now I'm following you. Barabbas Hardy says, watch out for other streamers, especially those that are notorious and big, if you are like Tupac. But the thing is, it has been in the last year or 2 last years, I don't remember exactly, but the Tupac killer was found out. It was the Vlad TV guy that helped find out who was the Tupac killer. You can follow that shit up on the internet, but we actually do have someone to blame for that shit. And it wasn't notorious, so that shit is, you know, out of the way. It was just some other guy. But yeah, let's go into the default sprite material. Ah yes, this is... oh, okay. I kind of wanted to do it via material, but maybe it makes sense to have it like... we will change also the name of it. It will be material, hit spark, particle. Material. Why did I add math at the end? I don't know. It's not needed. Doesn't matter. This will be the material that we will be using. Because then we could make some additional changes when it comes to scaling up and down. Or should we do it with Niagara module? I'm not sure. We will see. Scale color. The whole color is being scaled, but I want it to be pink. What is the RGB for pink? I don't remember. Let me quickly turn on paint.net, my favorite goddamn application. Let's take pink. Oh, it's full red and full blue. Of course, of fucking course. I am a dumbass. We are org womba here. So let's turn off this. It is pink. Amazing. And let's make this pink. Scale color. Scale alpha 2. Oh, wait. Okay. And now? Yep, it is pink. It is goddamn pink. Now the visibility will be way better, but will it be satisfying? And it's raining in my neighborhood. Hell yeah. And the wind is so strong, I'm wondering if it will destroy my things on my balcony. And the funny thing is, it means that it's kind of colder outside, but none of this cold will get in this apartment because it's fucking hot. Life pro tip, always search for apartments that have windows on the both sides of your block. Then you can achieve the cooling effect. Right now I'm just heating up like a motherfucker. It will get cooler in here only when the winter hits. So I will be cooler, but also more depressed. Yay! Okay, let's see. You know, the funny thing is, it's still not that visible. It was way more visible with white than with pink. Which is kind of surprising. But there are, from what I see, there are a couple of reasons why it might not be that visible. First of all, the glow from my arrow projectile is so fucking huge. I think I need to reduce it. So let's go into my bow projectile, and first of all I need to create material instance from it. I hate default convention of this shit, that it adds inst at the end when you are making instance instead of mi at the beginning, but whatever. Let's turn it 50, maybe even 20. I don't want this to be that hot. And here and here, because the light from my projectile was kinda taking over the hit sparks, sorry. Yeah, it is a little bit better. But still, I'm, with all my love to Diabolit. What? What the fuck is going on? What the hell just happened? Why all of my audio is messed up right now? God damn it. Do you hear my microphone? Oh my fucking god. Why it's not working out? Ah, yeah, I won't hear it here anyway. Oh, there is microphone working. Blame Hardy, all I gotta say about that. You got me worried for a hot second. So, with all my love to Diabolitek, I don't think pink is good for visibility, especially if I will start shooting from afar. The pink puff is visible, but those smaller ass particles, not that much. Yeah, the pink puff is okay. It's kinda okay, the pink puff. But I still don't goddamn feel it, guys. In general, something with my PC is messing up. My PC is due to upgrade probably. Not really, but PC Master Race, yay. Okay. Now, hit spark. Okay, I think this big puff change arrows to a mushroom. Yeah. The thing is, I don't like to think about our art style or what the arrows would be, what the bow would be, what the enemies would be right now. But the gameplay might dictate that we won't be shooting actual real arrows. It might be something weird like mushrooms, I don't know, characters shooting from a bow, weird shit like this. I am completely open to this. It might be like that if I will decide to live stream the whole pre-production and production of this game instead of jumping to another topic. It might go to this. But yes, this right now we will call it mushroom arrow. We have hardy shot. I saved it. I remember still your suggestion We have the bouncy shot that we received at the beginning, and now we have mushroom shot, which will be our regular shot. But the sparks not being seen from afar, when they were seen a little bit when we were closer, I don't know. I don't feel sense of satisfaction right now from shooting at the wall. One part of it might be that I have no audio on my end, that my PC's audio feedback just fucking died, and I don't know why that is. Probably needs a restart of the computer, which I won't do in the middle of stream. Marabash Hardy says, you can make it so when enemy is hit by the magic mushroom, they will get hallucinations or something like this. Yeah, that is a cool suggestion. Or we can invert Mario. When I hit the guy with the mushroom, he will get big. When I hit him again, he will get bigger, 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 and then he will explode like piñata. That would be cool too. Another thing to remember. That would be cool. When the time for toy box phase will arrive, that's where I will be implementing all those crazy shit ideas. But right now, shit, I don't know if I can properly measure if I have fun without audio, but okay. Inverted big head mode. Yeah. Inverted everything. Inverted everything. But when I approach closer, yeah, these smaller particles cannot be pink, unfortunately. But let's look at our old friend paint.net. What is the opposite of pink? Green. So let's make him 100% green, and let's see what will happen. 1, 0, 0. Let's see. Yep, now the particles are a little bit more visible, but just only a little bit. How about completely black color? How about that? Let's do 100% black. Why? What the fuck? But 0, 0, 0 means black. So why don't we have black sparks flying everywhere? Oh. Okay, now black will be awesome. Yeah, because those particles are how do you call it? Their alpha is scaling. So you can see things behind them. So black really ain't shit. I would have to not scale the alpha on them. I would have to do something like this. And still, they would be kind of translucent. Okay, maybe let's stick with, maybe let's make them blue. This should be probably sorta, kinda, in a weird way, more visible from afar. Let's experiment. Probably people that are great in visual arts and good game designers probably know the answers for that, but I don't, so it's even worse than everything that was before. Yay, we're struggling. Right now, this is the shonen anime arc. This is the moment where the character trains and getting his ass handed to them. So all green was way better. But I think we need to start implementing the trick of scaling the particle the farther we are from the camera, which I'm not really sure which way we should approach that shit. Should we approach it from the shader perspective, or should we approach it from the Niagara particle module? Maybe let's prototype it with Niagara particle. Barabas Hardy says, yay, we're struggling. It's people in their 30s arc. Yep. Yep, you're right. Yay, we're struggling. It's the people in their 30s arc. Exactly. People that come from money, right? Because there are certain rich people that are in their 30s and they are having a time of their life right now. But I ain't hating. Okay, let's jump into Niagara. I want to do it in here, but I need to create Niagara. From what I remember, it should be Niagara module, right? Function. I think it has to be module. So Niagara module. Scale with viewport location. I'm not sure. I never did this. I don't think I have ever created my own Niagara module. So that will be interesting. What I want to get is the scale or sprite size. Really, that's what I want to get. Scale sprite size. Can I open up this module? Scale sprite size. Is it in code or? I can look at these scripts. That is cool. I can actually learn how to do this by looking at their shit. That's awesome. Okay, let's learn new shit. Let's learn Niagara. What we are getting here. Particle sprite size and initial sprite size. Okay. That's what we need to get. And module locals, blah, blah, blah. Stage transients. Okay. Required dependencies. Update H, same script, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so what they are doing here, they are getting initial sprite size from input and setting it as initial sprite size. Then there is some curve. Then there are some static switches. And then particle sprite size is being changed, and sprite size scale factor is being changed. Initial sprite size, uniform scale factor, sprite size. Okay, depending on if we are using curve or something else, we are just multiplying our sprite size. Initial sprite size is being multiplied by whatever scale we have, right? And that is being set as our current sprite size, and then uniform scale factor, sprite size scale factor, these two are being multiplied, and sprite size scale factor is being changed. Okay, so from what I'm getting here is I need to get this sprite size scale factor. Is this something that is here? We'll see. The stage transients make it's scale. sprite size, but I kind of want to just scale it. Okay, what is this transient sprite size scale factor that is being set then? What is that shit? It's some kind of transient value. But it is being get from somewhere, but it's not being saved. Okay, so what we will try to get is, let's see what will happen if we put scale in here. Mesh UV scale, no, that's not. Okay, so size, sprite size, that's what we are getting, our sprite size. Let's do the simple change of multiplying it by some value. Can I just make this is vector 2D. Okay, so I want to get make vector 2D. Yep, and I just want to scale it by 10 and 10. Let's see what will happen here, and then set sprite size. Sprite size. Let's see what will happen with this. What I'm expecting is that the moment I will add this module into my Niagara stack of modules, all of my sprites should be 10 times bigger than they were. Always. I haven't done any scaling according to camera vector. Yeah. So I need to add it here. And it will be with the particle update, or do I have any other settings here? Category, module usage, particle spawn script, event update. It can be done everywhere. Okay, let's use it as the spawn for now. nm. Okay, scale. Oh, there's already something like this. Maintain in camera particle scale. What the hell is this? Okay, it's not that, but it's interesting. Why can't I see my thing in the modules? I don't know. Primary action design, let's call it. Pad. Model user bitmark, experimental, blah blah blah, note message. But why can't I see that? Keywords description. Scale particles along with camera distance. Okay. That's great. Versioning, whatever. I just want because it's emitter update, and I want this as particle. Yes. So I want to add it here, and not library only, and yes, now I have scale with viewport location. They are 10 times bigger than they were. Okay, so my module is live, go, and I can start doing something with it. Right now, what I would love to get is my camera distance. In here. I'm not sure that this will work out. If I can get viewport. Yep, I have nothing here. I don't have viewport. I cannot access viewport location from this. So that's interesting. That is interesting indeed. Let's see, what can I use here? Data interface. What kind of data interface do I have? Wait, there is camera query. Aha. There is camera query. Okay. So now camera query. Okay. What can I query from this camera query? What can I get from here? Get camera properties, get clip space transforms. Wow. Okay, this is my view to translated world. This is no. What I want is the location of my camera and the location of my particle in world space. That's what I want. So probably it is, but no, these are space transforms. Let's see what we have more here in camera query category. Get camera properties. Calculate particle distances. That is something interesting. Compares the particle position against the camera position, starts the result to be queried in the next frame. Results then can be queried with query closest particle CPU. And what does this do? Checks the previously calculated distance of each particle and returns the true to the closest particle, false for the other ones. Nah, that's not exactly what I want. But I see I will have to go through each particle in here. Okay, I don't really know how to do this yet. But. Oh yeah, I have camera position world. Great. But now, how to get the particle ID and my particles? Sprite renderer, that's not that. Core parameters, particle ID. And I want to get the location of in world of this particle. Calculate random bool, blah blah blah. Location. Can I have location? No. How to get location? I'm not sure how to get location of a singular particle. I need to check that on the internet. Niagara particle location. Let's see what they are. me see. Uh-huh. No. Internet is not helping me right now. Really. Let's see what they are saying in here. This doesn't work. Great. Okay, I need to search a little bit more about this. Oh no, it's 3 p.m. It's time to end this stream, and I'm in the middle of something, in the middle of learning, in the middle of doing something cool, scaling the particles the farther away I am from camera. Right now I was able to find the position of my camera thanks to camera query here, but I have problem with finding the location of particle, of my current particle. Shit. Because I never did it before. I never created my own Niagara module. Camera offset used to offset position and direction of the camera. Blah blah blah, that's not it. No. No, there is a position. There is a position, yes. The position of the particle. Yes, I can calculate it quickly. Why the fuck did internet failed me? Google failed me. Everything fails me. Okay, and distance. Can I get the distance? Yeah, between this position and that position. Here is my distance. And now I want to take the sprite size, and the bigger the distance, the bigger the scale. Yeah. So I want to. Is there map branched in here? Map branch, remap branch. Yay! Awesome. So now I can do something like this quickly. I have this distance, right, between camera query and this, and this is my value, and my make. No, that's not it. Make float. Quickly create my float. One is 0. The other maximum will be, I don't know how big it should be. This is 50 meters. Maybe let's make it 300 meters. Whatever. And now make 2D vector 2D, and transform it between 1 and 1. I'm struggling for time pressure, motherfucking time pressure. And map it to 20 of scale in X, 20 of scale in Y, and clamp the results, of course. And this will be my sprite multiplicator, and it should work like fuck. It should work like nothing. Script failed to compile. An numeric pin was not resolved to a known type. Why? What? Numeric pins must be connected and must be converted to explicitly typed pin to compile. No, remap range pin. No, you mother. Yeah. Now? Yay! It was just one missing link. Let's see if it will work out. Woo! I think it is working out. I'm scaling it here. It's not. It's hard to determine if it is working out. We have a bigger scale, but I think it is working out. I have some maximum scale there. But let's put some maybe even more hardcore values to see if it is scaling up and down according to. Yeah, I know I messed up. It's not working out, but I quickly will. we need to move this from here to here because it needs to be constantly updated. I can do it in here in my calculation stack. And now let's do this, and it should be updating constantly. Right? Yep. And yeah, let's save it. Let's compile it. Let's use it. I don't think it works in the way I wanted it to work. Holy shit, I jumped off the ledge. Okay. Okay, but I got something working on while I need to finish the stream. So, to quickly see what's up. This shit is kind of working. It should be multiplying my sprite size by these values. I'm not sure if the camera distance in here is correct, but it might be. Yeah. Maybe let's change it into like a smaller thing. And in reality, it should already be. There was an unknown. Fuck. This stage has compilation errors. What errors does it have? Particle ID parameter can be used. The requires persistent ID option has to be activated in the emitter properties. Holy shit. Okay, emitter. Give me the properties. Persistent ID, right? Yes, requires persistent IDs. It should fix itself. And how is it working right now? And the farther I get, they're not getting bigger. Fuck, it's not working out. It's not working out, guys. God damn, and right when it was getting good. I think it might be working out. Because they are kinda bigger than when I'm closer. They're kinda staying the same on screen the closer I get. Yeah, I think it is working out. Yep, yay! My first ever Niagara module is working. That's awesome. Yeah, like when I'm really close to this shit, those particles are super small, right? As they should be. While when I move further, yay! And I realize I have a bug that I need to fix next. But yes, I achieved the thing that I wanted, that it is seen from the far, but still, there's one thing that is bothering me, that I think they shouldn't be as translucent, those smaller sparks, as they are right now. Which I will get to the next stream. So, if y'all still with me, let me quickly summarize what I will be doing on the next game design stream dedicated to primary actions. Like, where the hell is my regular pane? Yeah, let's delete all of this shit. Right? So, first of all, if my audio will come back, and that's a big if, create this hit sound, hit mark sound. after I hit the wall, right? I already achieved some level of satisfaction with my hit sparks visuals. I achieved the scaling factor, and they are a little bit more visible than the white shits before, but I still need to work on translucency. I cannot write for shit. Translucency. That's how do you... Dobra. I cannot write this shit. See through particles. I want to figure out that the puff, the pink puff, I want it to be see-through, but the small hit mark sparks, I don't want this to be visible. Sorry, I don't want this to be see-through. So I need to go through that and once again resist the urge to copy Helldivers 2. And with the audio coming back, I'll be able to actually properly measure if I'm having any sort of satisfaction from shooting at the wall. So I cannot predict right now that I will be going to phase of shooting at the stationary target. But, and that's a big but, I am able to fix the bug that I have right now, that after I started charging my shot, I can present you here, and I'm moving around, the animations are constantly going on. When I'm moving around, especially after I jumped, my arrow that's supposed to be in the middle of a screen where I'm shooting is becoming a little bit more offset while I'm moving. So what I need to do is to fix that so the arrow is constantly pointing towards the center of the screen, my charge arrow. So what I need to do is turn that shit into a function and constantly update my rotation while I'm moving around. So when you are moving around, this arrow will be wiggling a little bit, but it will constantly pointing towards center of the screen, so I can have a better update mechanism. Yeah, but I'm glad that this scaling worked out as quick as it did. So the bug, no re-rotating, towards center of the screen. Screen and charge arrow. That's what I need to fix in this prototype, because it's kind of ruining my fun right now. So yeah, it will be all for me. I'm kind of spent without energy, and it's already like 3:20 p.m. here in Warsaw. It's been fun. It's been kind of wild too, because things were messing up. I don't have audio right now on my end at all. There were a couple of struggles, especially at the beginning when I wanted to rotate the whole arrow and it was just pointing upwards, and it's just a regular GameDev life. You think, yeah, I will use my theory and it will work out right out of the gate. Nope, it will be fucked up. So it's been fun, it's been real. Nice having you here, nice talking with y'all. And next week I most probably will be changing the date for which I will be streaming onwards. Regularly I was streaming on Thursdays, but there's been an idea that maybe I should change it to Tuesdays because of life reasons. And next week might be already that week that I will start streaming on Tuesdays, but I will try to confirm it through schedule here on Twitch and on YouTube schedule. If it will indeed be Tuesday, or will I for the next week still stick to the Thursday. We will see about that. So look out for the schedule update on my Twitch and my YouTube. With that, I bid you adieu. I wish you have a great rest of the day. I'm going for Deadpool 3 today. I hope it will be awesome. From what I'm hearing, it is awesome. So have a nice rest of the day. I'm going straight to shower because I stink as a motherfucker. And have a good day, guys. It's been a nice fat stream. Bye bye.